Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us today and welcome to Bethesda Game Studios. You know, we've been so lucky over the decades to make the kind of games that we love here. And that's thanks to all of you, from the Elder Scrolls to Fallout. We love creating these worlds and playing in them just as much as you do. And throughout all that time, we'd often talk about and dream up the space game. What if we could take that feeling of being who you want to be and exploring a new world, but set it in space, where you weren't really limited in where you could go or what you could do? And that is Starfield. Obviously, we've come a long way since then with the games we've built, our technology, and all of us here in the studio. We've done so much together, but, well, we've never tried to make a game like this. Today, you'll get to hear from many on the team and see so much of what we think makes our game special. So let's jump in and take a look. Starfield is our first new universe in over 25 years, but it's still a Bethesda RPG through and through, where you step into a new world and you get that feeling of unlimited possibilities. But this time, it's not just one world. It's over 1,000 worlds. Because the choice of where to go, it's not ours, it's yours. And it wasn't until now that we had the technology to create it. From the rocks at your feet, to the mountains in the distance, to the people and creatures that live in these worlds. That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually there orbiting the planet. Yes, you can visit it too. We realistically simulate the galaxy around you. Our next-generation lighting model uses real-time global illumination to light the world based on the type of star and the makeup of the planet's atmosphere. We also have an all-new animation system. And of course, you can play it in third person, and you can play it in first person. We love exploration and rewarding it, but you do explore differently in this game given its scale. That usually involves exploring an area you've landed in. You can collect resources, do a mission, and maybe even stumble upon something unexpected. We do love stuff and all of the items allowing you to pick everything up, and you can view all that in your data menu. This is the hub for everything you're doing, from your skills to your ship, your missions, and your inventory. We love to pack a ton of detail in every object, from all of your weapons, to spacesuits, to food. We just obsess over the details, and food. We obsess over food. When you're done exploring, you can walk back or fast travel to your ship. We have companions and crew you can take with you. I left Vasco here back at my ship.
Welcome back, Captain Howard.
And he can even say your name. Let's head out.
Our mission was to convey the wonder and majesty of space exploration, to evoke the romance of the golden age of early spaceflight. And we've been referring to this approach as NASA Punk. This means a design language where the tech is advanced, yet still looks grounded and relatable.
For us, it's that contrast. That's where the visual interest is. Obviously the NASA, which is the rigid, hard function over style, and then Punk, which is all about style.
You can see that visual style coming through in your ship. Your ship is your home for you and your crew. And like many of the spaces in our game, it has a slightly retro and analog touch, a bit of lo-fi rather than sci-fi, where everything is well used, worn, and lived in.
Alrighty. What's the plan, Captain?
This is your star map. It starts with the planet you're currently on. You can see all of its info and resources. You can choose a landing spot or fast travel to known locations. Backing out further, you can view all the planets in the system. Obviously, the game is big, and it's here you can see planets that have key locations, missions, or life on them, versus the many planets that are barren but resource-heavy. Zoom out even further to see all the systems in this part of the galaxy. Here, you can plot a course to ones that are light years away. This uses your ship's grav drive to fold space and jump to these systems. And you will need to upgrade your ship and skills if you want to jump to the most distant ones. But for now, we'll plot a course to the Alpha Centauri system, where we can find the city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. Scan complete. You are cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
As soon as you land in a city like New Atlantis, your eyes are guided upwards to just these boundless, vast buildings.
It's the biggest city we've ever made, not just in size, but also in the amount of custom art, crowds, and quests.
So the main focus when we're designing a city is obviously what supports the story. We try and tell as many small stories as possible.
This is a colony war memorial.
It's a few moments of gameplay that make the space feel like it's full of real characters that are going about their day-to-day lives.
It's paralyzing if you really stop and think about it.
Buddy, it's coffee.
It's also where your adventure with Constellation begins.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about.
By the time you meet them, Constellation is sort of seen as this mythical group. Most people don't even know they exist anymore. They're the last true explorers in the galaxy, and they're trying to find the answers to some of humanity's biggest questions.
The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you. The artifact. If you could place it on the table here.
Oh my god. Look at how it's coming together. That means there's a set built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
It's definitely an eclectic cast of characters. You've got Sarah Morgan, the ex-soldier and adventurer, now Constellation's leader. Mateo, the theologian who believes that there's definitely something else out there. Noel, the gifted scientist and Sarah Morgan's protege. And Walter, a very successful businessman in the settled systems and Constellation's financier.
Anything goes as long as you have the money.
There's also Vlad, the ex-pirate, Sam Coe, the former space cowboy, and Barrett.
You know what I hate about these pirates? Completely resistant to my otherwise irresistible charm.
The journey you take with Constellation is just the first of many you'll embark on. The Settled Systems is home to all kinds of different stories, people, and adventures for you to uncover.
The United Colonies is where you'll find New Atlantis, the first major human settlement in space. The people who live here value law, discipline, and the legacy of humanity. They consider themselves the true children of Earth.
You ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies, even get your UC citizenship?
New Atlantis isn't the only city within the United Colonies. The city of Cydonia on Mars to this day serves as the largest mining facility for the United Colonies. Beyond the United Colonies' reach, you might find yourself in a much more wild and independent coalition of star systems. This is Freestar Collective Space. The capital of the Freestar Collective is Aquila City.
The Stone Root Inn is an Aquila City fixture.
A ranger relies on judgment and intuition to do what's best for the people.
Neon started out as a fishing platform, but is now known throughout the settled systems as a pleasure city, where almost anything goes.
If you've got morality issues, this definitely isn't the job for you.
Ryujin is hiring the best and brightest of today for our future tomorrow.
Everyone has been chewed up and ground up by Neon. Try not to get yourself killed, all right?
Outside the bounds of civilized space, there are still plenty of unclaimed systems to explore, but these areas are also home to the most hostile factions in the galaxy.
The great serpent hungers. All heathens shall be made dust in time.
A new face. This is the face of a brave runner here to challenge the Red Mile.
They think the galaxy is theirs. They are wrong. It belongs to the Crimson Fleet. It always has.
In Starfield, we're pushing our cities and settlements further than we ever have before. It's all there, waiting for you. A slice of humanity's future.
So, ready to get out there?
Throughout the galaxy, there are so many things to see and stories to experience. But the most important story is the one that you tell. I'm the type of person who spends hours in character creation, and I think people are going to be really excited when they see all of the improvements we've made.
One of the biggest overhauls was done through our character generation system. We scanned a wide range of faces from different age groups and ethnicities, and by mixing and matching out that data, we were able to create highly detailed and diverse characters.
We use that exact system to create all of the characters and NPCs you're going to see in the game, so any character you see almost always is a character you could make yourself.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out. You know who you are? New recruit for Argos Extractors? Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
You start your character creation journey as though you're cycling through employee records. You'll pick from a lineup of 40 presets, and that'll be your starting point. Your journey from there can be as detailed or as quick as you want it to be. This new system has more to offer than ever before.
It's also the simplest character generation system we've ever had. We let the player get as close as possible to make whatever they want. With the various facial morphs you can blend together, the dermesthetic and makeup, blemishes, scars, piercings, teeth settings, it's a lot, but I think it's the most fun to use.
Character creation is more than just how you look. This is also where you start to decide who you want to be. That's where backgrounds come in. Backgrounds give you a bit of backstory and start you out with 3 basic skills.
From chef to dusty. You know, the crew still has a betting pool about which restaurant critic you must have crossed to wind up here.
What's great about backgrounds is you never know when yours is going to come in handy. You could be in the middle of a fancy restaurant talking to some guy, and suddenly you learn he needs a beast hunter to help track down a monster.
Fine. I probably should stick to professionals anyway, given what happened the last time.
We're also giving you the option to customize your build even further by letting you pick up to 3 traits. Traits are completely optional, and they come with their own advantages and disadvantages. You could choose to meet your biggest fan.
Vectera, by Vectera, by Vectera! Is it really, really you?
He'll join your crew, and he'll give you gifts if you're willing to put up with his constant commentary.
I can't believe I get to stand near you, breathing the same air. I've got to have every molecule.
My favorite trait is kid stuff. You have to pay some credits to support your parents, but they're very sweet, and it's really fun to go visit them.
Honey, we got ourselves a visitor.
Oh my god!
I came across some hostile zealots in space, but because I had chosen a trait that made me the same religion as them, I was able to get by without any issues.
There's another great one that gives you a damage buff when your health is low, but mercenaries will randomly show up and try to kill you. No matter what you choose, there will be plenty of ways for you to tell your story. And if you want to remove a trait, there are ways to do that too.
What a view! It's a feast for the eyes. Off we go to another adventure.
We'll let you discover that on your own.
Once you've built the perfect character, that's when your journey can really begin. We took what we loved about skills and perks from our previous games and put them together to create an all-new skill system. Each time you level up, you get a skill point, which can be used to unlock or rank up skills. Ranks are unlocked by completing challenges associated with that skill. Challenges become increasingly difficult as you work your way to higher ranks. With our 5 different skill trees and 4 ranks per skill, there's a lot to choose from.
I like the Xenosociology skill because it lets you mind control aliens.
Boost pack out of the gate. I'm boost packing everywhere.
I like maxing out my physical tree so I can get neuro strikes and just punch my way through combat. That one's a lot of fun.
Invest in the skills that suit your playstyle.
I'm very much a stealth player. So, I'm out there pickpocketing everyone. My favorite part about being stealthy is slowly creeping through vents like you're in a movie, and then jumping out and springing on people.
Whenever possible, I like to talk my way through situations.
This area's off limits. Fine, I'll issue you an access card.
I'm more of a run and gun player. I like doing the death from above thing where I boost pack over guys and I throw landmines at them. I like blowing stuff up.
Exploration is a key aspect of all our games. In Starfield, there are full star systems with new life, resources, and adventures. Our team worked hard to strike a balance between fun and realism. We studied data from NASA and a multitude of other sources to help us make the world feel believable. From the way we approached planetary atmospheres to the way we placed biomes based on the planet's distance from the sun. Once we had created a grounded world, we could start looking at all the things that make that world fun. When you leave a planet and head into space, you'll be navigating asteroid fields, having chance meetings with interesting strangers, dogfighting in space, and exploring derelict ships. It's all out there. Ultimately, it's about rewarding your curiosity, because whether it's on the surface of a planet, the alleys of a city, or the vastness of space, you never know what you'll find.
Space exploration is possible thanks to your ship.
Your ship is almost like having another character or home you can make all your own. I think you'll be blown away by the amount of stuff you can do. You can buy a ship.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Customize and upgrade that ship. And hire a crew to keep it up and running. And it all starts in spaceports. Every spaceport has a ship technician where you can purchase, sell, and modify ships.
Anything I can help you with?
Maybe you start off with a speedy fighter that's perfect for bounty hunting. Then you might round out your ship roster with a hulking space freighter to run cargo missions, or even do a little smuggling. For now, though, we're going to take our starting ship, the Frontier, and make some changes. You can customize and upgrade everything you see here, and you have two ways to do that. You can quickly upgrade individual systems like your weapons or shields, or you can deep dive and enter the shipbuilder mode. Here you can change anything from the systems to the look and layout. Adding a new habitat module can give you more room for crew. Adding cowling can change your ship's overall silhouette. An improved grav drive allows for longer distance space jumps. You can even fully customize your paint job to get the exact look you want. The parts you choose to build with don't just affect your ship's stats. They'll also affect what you can do inside your ship. You can have modules for crafting or for storing and displaying your weapons. Starfield's in-game ship manufacturers bring their own look and feel to every piece of your ship. From living quarters to cargo holds, mess halls, and control rooms. Our modified Frontier is a practical ship, but with a little creativity, your ship can look like almost anything you want.
It's a bit odd, but one of my favorite ways of customizing ships is I make them look like animals. The HMS Platypus, as I called it, where it had a giant tail to it. And we've done spiders, we've done mechs. So it's really whatever your imagination is.
And while you can build your home among the stars the way you want to, you're probably not the only person who will call your ship home.
Ready to lift off when you are, Captain.
Engines ready.
The Frontier is fueled and ready, Captain.
Some of the members of Constellation can join you on your journey. These companions can serve on your crew, and they'll always be there when you travel.
We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Each companion comes with their own valuable skills for your ships and outposts, as well as unique quest lines. Eventually, some friendships might blossom into romance.
I don't know that I've ever really loved anyone except you.
And if you're looking for a little extra help on your ship, you can always hire additional crew at spaceports.
Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
You'll also meet potential crew members out in the world.
Still think there might be a spot for me on your ship? I gotta get off this rock.
Assign crew to your ship or outposts, and their unique skills will affect how they run. And just like companions, most crew members can lend a hand in the field. Take Bosco, for instance.
He's designed around the core basics of a NASA machine.
Please avoid getting shot. You might die.
I still wanted to give it almost a humanoid personality, so I elongated the limbs. This tends to make him feel more human-like and give him a little personality.
It is a shame exploration requires so much bloodshed.
Using the shipbuilding tools and crew selection features in Starfield, you'll be able to build and captain the ship of your dreams. And now, let's take to the sky.
We're putting you in the cockpit of your very own spaceship and telling you that you can do
pretty much anything. And that is really cool for us as developers. Spaceflight should be exciting and dangerous, and you should feel like you're in complete control every step of the way. We've extended that sense of control to ship combat. It's not about just hitting your triggers to fire your weapons. It's a complex dance between your piloting skills and our power allocation system. Boosting power to your engines will make your ship faster. Powering up the ground drives will shorten the amount of time it takes before you can make a jump. And moving your power to your weapons and shields means you're ready for a fight. You should always be on your toes because you're not alone out there. Unlocking the targeting control system skill will allow you to zero in on specific subsystems of the ship you target. After destroying an enemy ship, you can loot the remains from your cockpit. You can always turn any ship that engages you into scrap. But you can also take a more personal approach by docking with the enemy vessel and boarding their ship. Once you've taken control of an enemy ship, it's yours. Add it to your fleet and retrieve it at any spaceport. But space is way more than fighting for your life. Just like when you're planetside, there are plenty of sights to see and stops to make on the way to your next adventure. Like these massive star yards. Walk the halls, talk to the crew, maybe get talked into buying a whole new ship.
A civilian in my star yard. Let's see about getting you a proper ship, one worthy of you.
Maybe you'll dock with a gigantic battleship, like the UC Vigilance. Or rub elbows with the galaxy's wealthy elite on a cruise ship fit for the stars. There are plenty of personal encounters to be had as well. You can hail any ship you come across to trade, swap info, or maybe even commit an act of piracy.
Let's do this.
When I'm playing, I generally go crazy. I definitely go like the more piracy routes. I want to take over ships. I'm going to board ships. I'm like, this is now mine. I steal all these sandwiches and put them, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches. I don't want to play the hero, but I want to go out and just start taking things from people as quickly as possible.
Some strangers might be looking for a little human connection in the darkness of space.
Hello, stranger. I just finished cooking up some food. If you want to come on over, just pop on by.
Some of the best moments are the ones you discover on your own. The thing I love most about Starfield is that it is a Bethesda game through and through. It's really about going to strange new places, meeting interesting people, and getting sidetracked on zany adventures. Then realizing 2 hours later that you're involved in a completely new story.
You're human. We thought we were the only ones to leave Earth.
That DNA is so present here. It's in our random encounters, it's in our handcrafted quests, and it feels so cool to play it and just make your own path in this universe. There are over 1,000 planets out there, just waiting for you to visit. We want you to feel like explorers, breaking ground on new planets, exploring every inch of a mostly untouched galaxy. We want you to feel hopeful. We want you to feel this sense of awe and wonder, and sometimes a little fear. We're giving you a massive playground and a ton of toys, and just setting you free.
Hey everybody, we've shown you so much stuff, but we thought we'd just take a little break and show you something a little bit different. You know, we put so much detail into our game worlds, and we love the opportunity to bring that into the real world with our collector's editions. And for this game, we've done a watch. It is the Constellation Explorer's Watch. This is the watch that you actually get in the game that acts as part of your HUD, where it's the compass and then environmental information. It connects to your phone to give you notifications and other information. And we've also designed this really cool case that it comes with, Istvan.
Yeah, we really took as much care in designing this case as we did the watch. Our attention to detail in the game totally translates to this. Inspired by the cases that the astronauts used during the Apollo era to bring back samples from the moon. It's got an intricate locking mechanism, authentic, heavy, comes with a Constellation patch, NATO strap, and the overall functionality and believability of this as something that would exist in the world, in the Starfield universe.
Oh, and hey, take this. You'll find it very useful out there, and it even tells the time.
We actually have something else. Now that we're part of Xbox, we get to work with the amazing people on the Xbox hardware team, and together we have created this custom limited edition Starfield controller. It's awesome. It is now, you know, our favorite controller.
We love this because it's inspired by the actual controls of your spaceship. And not only that, we've created the first ever custom headset with Xbox. And this is a perfect pairing with that controller.
Control, this is Constellation Starship Frontier. Ready to start on your signal. Steady till ready. Coordinates input. Plotting jump course. Guidance has converged. Getting auxiliary reactor power. System checks are green across the board. Prepare for departure. Ground jump commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In every one of our games, we always put so much care into all those little details that breathe life into our worlds. But Starfield isn't just a Bethesda Game Studios world, it's a Bethesda Game Studios galaxy. So why go this big with Starfield? Because we want to give you freedom on a galactic level. The freedom to experience both the exciting planets and the quiet ones. Scanning a planet before you land is a great way to get a sneak peek at the available resources you can use for crafting, building, and customizing.
I think what's cool about this whole system that we generate the planet itself as a procedural content, but the handcrafted content itself comes as the player explore. Our system builds the planet as the player approaches it. We stitch together a block of terrain. After that, we have the system that adds interesting locations for the player to explore, creatures to encounter, ore and plants to pick up. It allows us to add that touch of environmental storytelling that Bethesda is known for.
Aggressive creatures have been disrupting our experiments. Their habitat isn't far from here. If you could take care of them for us, we would be in your debt.
So even if your friends were to visit the same planet that you had, you would have a different story to tell.
It's completely up to you how you want to interact with each planet, whether you want to explore and see what you can find, harvest resources and be on your way, or simply take in the views. With the help of your scanner, you'll chart the uncharted and discover exotic wildlife.
If you have the skills, you can even figure out that certain creatures and plants, you can build an outpost and produce resources from those plants and animals. You can get experience and rewards for fully surveying planets and fully surveying a whole system.
When we were concepting these creatures, we really wanted to think of them as natural to the environment. We didn't want alien monsters. We wanted native wildlife. Something you've never seen before.
When it comes to our exteriors, when the sun moves, all that light is calculated in real time through the atmosphere. Our biggest goal for lighting with Starfield was to make the game feel more filmic, to use lighting and color to really make it feel more cinematic.
After some exploring, you can find a spot to set up a base camp. Outposts can be built almost anywhere on any planet. And the habitat modules come in all shapes and sizes, filling all different purposes. You can even live in them. Assign crew and companions to work at your outposts for added bonuses and set up extractors to harvest resources while you're away.
Something cool we have this time is we have a new fly cam where you can toggle between on-foot building, or you can now use a top-down isometric camera, which helps plan out larger parts of the outpost and placing those larger halves. So that way you can really plan your structures and what the overall feel of your outpost is. And then when you're on your feet, you can really decorate and fine-tune things much easier.
Add crafting and research stations in your outpost to utilize any resources you find or already have.
Mod your weapons to adapt them to your playstyle. Different weapon sights and scopes, larger magazines, a selection of grips and barrels, different ammunition like explosive rounds. All you stealth players out there will surely need a suppressor. You can also choose to go hands-on with melee weapons.
I think it's always a delicate balance between like what's realistic, what's sim, and what's Hollywood. And I think we sort of err on the side of like what's fun for the player.
With Starfield, we've completely overhauled our combat. It's more dynamic, the animations are more fluid. It just feels great.
We probably have more mods and more weapons in this game than I want to say any other game we've done before. There's a lot of variety.
Upgraded gear is just one of the many factors to pay attention to when engaging in combat. You may need to switch things up based on your environment. Gravity is different for each planet, and boost packs are excellent for getting around. And for giving you an edge in combat. Sometimes you'll even feel like you're flying. Zero-gravity environments pose a different challenge. Firing a ballistic weapon in zero-G will actually push you backwards. Energy weapons, on the other hand, offer a more stable shooting experience.
We also have mag weapons. These are high-powered electromagnetic induction ballistic arrays. Each barrel has its own targeting laser and can dish out some serious damage. Whether you want to get up close and personal with your own two fists, Or you like more compact weapons like pistols and submachine guns. Or maybe you prefer something bigger. Starfield's got you covered.
Thanks again for being with us today. We are just so grateful that you've taken the time and spent it here. I know there was probably a lot to take in. There's a lot to the game, even more than we could show here. You know, as we play it, we're always sharing these unique and special moments that only a game like this can bring. When I think about what makes it special, it really is the people here. This game is a reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it. All of them putting something special of themselves into it. So let's hear some of their favorite moments.
I love the way that our final combination of all the new tech has come together to create some of the most beautiful sunsets and sunrises we've ever had in any of our games.
I love the creatures, the exploration, every biome is different. The word that comes to mind is vast.
I like to use our photo mode to take rock star photos.
I just love that constant feel of discovery and, wow, I can't believe that there's more here.
I'm most excited about our outpost building systems.
My favorite part is every time you step out on a planet, it's a unique experience.
You spend all this time building your ship, and you see it on the landing pad. These things are gigantic. It's the kind of thing that you just can't get anywhere else.
There's something about seeing a tower over in the distance and going, I know the gravity's low here. I think I can make that jump.
My favorite part is biomes, spaceships,
audio design,
planets,
the day-night cycle. Those details matter to me.
diplomacy, exploration, freedom, the ending.
Vasco, obviously.
I love the robot so much.
The incredible amount of worlds we created.
Sniper rifles, come on.
Lever action, rocket launcher,
Brain sprout. I love, but some people might find creepy. I don't know. I know it's right, Ben. The thing that I enjoy most about the game is the freedom to be who you want to be, do what you want to do. It's what you've come to expect from a Bethesda title, but on a much bigger scale.
On behalf of all of us, we can't wait for you to play Starfield and make your own special moments.
Ladies and gents, go. Good luck, Constellation. You are go for launch.
Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. The wonder is, Not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family.
We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Grab jump is ready. I love this part.
These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Human settlements throughout the galaxy could be at risk.
We are not stopping. Whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever. This is where we belong.
Oh, we're finally doing this, are we? Because I was going to make a sandwich. Okay. Let's do it. What do I think about heroes? Well, we've all seen them, haven't we? Swanning about the place with their disproportionately high cheekbones and comically massive weapons.
Wanker.
Roughing up bandits, because they like to rough up bandits, don't they? Living it up with the common folk every single night. On a day-to-day basis, I'd say the true hero is me, someone who's breaking new ground with fruit, with veg, on the agricultural side of things.
Just look at them!
Not wafting around mythical creatures. And that's what they are. Wafters.
Yeah, well done.
You see, I'm not here to slay legendary beasts. I'm here to conquer the vegetable, not a euphemism. Let's face it, the age of heroes is over. This is the age of innovation. This, if you will, is the age of death. One moment. This is awkward.
Yeah. Oh.
Appalachia! What a sight! A verdant wonderland of promise plucked from post-atomic blight. The fruit of years of prudent progress and determined reclamation, and 15 million dwellers worth of keen imagination. From the heart of West Virginia to the depths of the pit.
Well, we owe it all to Vault 76.
No matter if you roam alone or spend your time with friends, you'll find a home in Appalachia where the good times never end. There are relics to uncover from a time before the war, along with loads of friendly folks to meet and enemies galore. Gadzooks, you're a natural kid. Let's get you back to looking dapper and get back on the grid. When you need a place to be yourself, well, that we can fix.
Answer the call of Vault 76.
Express yourself with clothing, muster arms and expertise. Here you're free to live your life in any manner you please. And where, pray tell, will you store all that loot? Why, in a camp of your design. Let your dream home take root. Our world is always changing. Greater foes are overthrown as we embark on expeditions into thrilling new unknowns. Yes, from Appalachian settlements to Nuka World on tour. You're never short on things to do or places to explore. Think you've seen it all, eh? Well, how about this? Pack your bags for an escape of Epicurean bliss. Put your rad shield on and fix your hair up pretty, because we're headed for the boardwalk of Atlantic City. Press your luck at the casinos. Let the good times roll. There's no telling what new treasures this beach haven will hold. So there you have it. Now you know, there's a million ways to make the wasteland your waste home. And when you hear adventure calling, when you're looking for some kicks, answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault 76. Play it now with Xbox Game Pass.
She can feel them slipping through her soul, following the threads of her mind. She's here to find them, the ones who hide. She needs their help with a promise, a question. But it's never so simple, is it? Wisdom has a price. There's always a part of you that changes. A part of you that darkens. And a part of you that dies.
Over there, that pool. I can feel them. Feel them everywhere. The lost ones. They are watching us. You should never have come here. They can see us.
What is going to happen? It's time to find out. How can we make it happen?
It's time to find out. Why are they watching?
It's time to find out.
What are they waiting for?
Senua, what are you waiting for? I'm here.
Watching. More than one.
Where are they?
Where are you? What do they want?
I don't like it.
I'm scared.
This is Dune.
Mad woman.
Their eyes.
Everywhere. I can feel them boring into her.
Witch.
What is she supposed to do? Do something.
Ask them.
What do you want me to do?
You were lost. Not anymore.
Are you ready for what you will find here?
What we will find. What if it's all for nothing? What is that? There. They are waiting. There. It's them. It's you. What will they do to her? What will we do to us? Touch it. Your voices. All the parts of you that are broken. You can be whole. All the grief. All the rage. All the fear. Everything I've seen. Everything I've done has led me to this place. We've come so far. Not far enough. Say it. You are ready. Tell them. I am here. Now. What if we get lost forever? What will happen to them? What will happen to you? I will not let them down. She is ready. They know. Go.
Who are these around you, Senua? Those you have saved, or those you led to death?
Death don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy in this land. He'll come to your house and he won't stay long. You look in the bed and somebody be gone. Death don't have no mercy in this land.
Shaking bones. Been a while. So, you remember that favor you owe me? I'm looking for a creature. Huge, sneaky, teeth like knives. No? Well, hey, how about you guys? No? Nobody? Not helpful. Mm-hmm. Sneaky.
Well, they come to your house and they won't stay long. Well, you look in the bed and somebody'll be gone. They're gonna give you time to get ready.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Master Mora, your enemies grow ever bolder. And these allies you have chosen, pardon my bluntness, but mortals really Then again, they seem to be full of surprises.
Humanity's cities have fallen. Our people's only means of survival is to seek sanctuary here, in the Belfry. You must explore this world to find the origins of this evil. And bring hope back to our people. Together, you can save humanity.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Rated everyone.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Sounds like somebody's home. The text on the heart is clearer now. Legible. I knew it would be here. Like I saw it in a dream.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. Killer left a message.
It's for us.
We were all trapped in a horror story. The horror story wanted us dead. There's something I'm forgetting. Something important. Something's not right!
I know you're ready. You've got this. Let's tweak the car's performance for the next one.
I'm feeling the vibe, taking my time like deep in the maze, making my shine bright. Whoa, I gotta make it, I'm going sky high. Never hold back, right. Yeah, I'm rolling,
was your best lap yet.
This is my timeline.
Play it day one with Game Pass. Play it day one with Game Pass. Play it day one with Game Pass. Play it day one with Game Pass.
What is this place? It looks like we're in a palace.
What the hell is going on? Who are these people?
No idea. But if they're attacking us, our only choice is fighting back. Hey, look over there! Can you get us out of here?
So you're telling me you're thieves who steal hearts, and you just happened to stumble into this world? The Rebel Corps will always help the Phantom Thieves, just as the Phantom Thieves have helped the Rebel Corps. Never forget that we're a united force who can rely on each other.
You should be grateful to have been made my subjects, but you're just mannerless little brats!
Unfortunately, returning will be no easy feat.
Somewhere deep inside, I know you realize things can't go on like this. So, will you take a stand beside us?
Yeah! Let's show them what we got!
Play it day one with Game Pass.
This city is a miracle of progress. A finely tuned, delicately balanced machine. But it only takes one rebellious little gear to ruin everything. If you resist my rule, if you alter our past, if you threaten what I have built, there is nowhere in space or time where I will not destroy you.
Oh no. What did I do?
Any last words before my friend puts one in your scalp?
On behalf of Hexworks, welcome to the Lords of the Fallen Gameplay Showcase. Today, we're taking a closer look at our all-new dark fantasy action RPG, arriving this October on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S. Spiritual successor to the original 2014 release, it acts as a full reboot for the franchise, taking place in a vast, interconnected world over 1,000 years later. Featuring colossal boss battles, fast, challenging combat, and deep, immersive storytelling, players will journey across two parallel realms in this expansive RPG experience. The world of the living, Axiom, and the world of the dead, Umbral, with each featuring its own unique pathways, characters, enemies, and, of course, treasures. And while Axiom presents its own challenges, untold horrors await in its nightmarish counterpart. Thanks to the Umbral Lamp, players can enter this lightless world at any time in one of two ways. When slain by the foes of Axiom, at which point you'll resurrect in the same location, albeit in Umbral, or by performing the Umbral Rift and willingly sacrificing one of your two lives. But the lamp holds yet more power, granting the ability to flay the soul from an enemy for some high damage attacks, and even manipulate the very environment of the Umbral world. However, the longer you spend in this wraith-ridden plane, the greater number of spectral terrors that will hunt you down. But as harrowing as the Hellions of Umbral are, they pale in comparison to the game's brutal boss battles. Towering above the ever-burning city of Kalrath, this gargantuan monstrosity doesn't take kindly to would-be adventurers, the demonic presence within ready to devour any and all within sight. A merciless torturer prepared to carry out any atrocity in the name of his faith. Tancred, Master of Castigations, is the devout chaplain of the hallowed Sentinels. Though beneath the pious veil, his very own flesh conceals a truth most foul. When Harrower Dervla ventured into the deepest depths of this world to thwart the undead rising, what she discovered was so utterly horrific that she renounced her former life in commitment to a far darker oath. Pre-order Lords of the Fallen now, and prepare to unleash the darkness on Friday the 13th of October.
You should stay out of this. You think you understand, but you're blind like everyone else.
It can't be too late.
Reyes, you need to get out of here right now!
They all seem to become obsessed with the same thing.
You can't have betrayed us.
That data can't be allowed to leave here. The living and the dead have contributed with their light, or the whole world will burn.
I'm going to finish this. Forever.
Rest now.
Okay, now I've been here talking at you long enough. Right now, it's time to turn things over to Damon and the rest of the IGN crew to kick off the pre-show coverage. For Xbox Extended Showcase. Take it away.
This is IGN's Summer of Gaming. Today, it's time for even more Xbox.
We both know why you're here.
Microsoft is giving us an even closer look at its upcoming releases. Stay tuned after the showcase for Next Gen Console Watch.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch. This week's showcase successful.
One of their best.
The Xbox Extended Showcase pre-show starts right now.
What's up, everybody? I am Seth Macy.
And I'm Stella Chung.
The past few days have been jam-packed with big video game announcements and reveals, and hopefully, that continues today during the Xbox Extended Showcase.
Yeah, I have my fingers crossed for that one. But that's not all that's happening today. We have a very special Summer of Gaming edition of GameScoop coming out to the countdown of the showcase. And before that, we'll take a closer look at some of the games from yesterday's Ubisoft Forward presentation.
Right now, the developers of Hyperlight Breaker dropped by to give us a Hyperlight breakdown.
That's good.
Of the upcoming sequel. But first, let's get you up to Hyperlight speed. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. Here is the newest trailer.
In 2016, Hyperlight Drifter took players to a gorgeous, colorful, and brutally challenging world, and this year, it's getting a sequel that will add a whole new dimension. Here to tell us all about Hyperlight Breaker, I'm joined by Heart Machine's Alex Preston. Welcome.
Hello.
So, big changes for the sequel here. Hyperlight Drifter, top-down pixel art, action RPG. Going for the sequel, you're going procedurally generated open world roguelite. Is it because Drifter, it just seemed too easy? You needed to look for a real challenge this time.
Yeah, that was it. You know, we didn't have enough challenges in our lives. No, you know, this is kind of like all the things that been thinking about what we would do as a follow-up to Drifter, like things that came to be, you know, things that didn't. You know, you leave a lot of stuff on the chopping block when you make a game at the end of the day. And also, like, what would we want to see and fulfill in this world that's different than the last time around, rather than trying to make the same thing again, or even just make a straight sequel. So this is more in like the vein of, or part of the universe of Hyperlight, rather than a straight sequel in itself. And there's a lot of opportunity to do a wide variety of things in a world this robust and lively. So
tell us, this is it's a procedurally generated roguelite. Tell us what a typical run in Breaker is like. Does it begin here in this hub world that we're seeing?
Yeah, you go back to your hub world. You know, you'll have this cool hotel lobby, and you can change out your characters. You'll unlock new characters, new gear, upgrade your new gear, and ultimately, you'll go out on these runs. And every time you go out on a run, it's a brand new open world. So think about the idea of like, well, what if I only had one chance at this open world, and then I never saw it again? And that's the whole idea behind like an infinite amount of open worlds, is that you will never see that world again once you're done with it / die in it. So that's kind of the big, bold twist to the formula of like a traditional roguelike, which is very room by room typically, or whatever else, and procedural generation can mean a lot of different things. And we've done a lot of work to make sure that our procedural generation has a lot of handcrafted elements in it, and like good level design to go with it, and it's not what you would think of typically from like a roguelike and procedural generation. It feels like a robust, lived-in open world.
What would you say is sort of the overall goal that players are trying to reach? And then what's the moment-to-moment gameplay on the road to that?
Killing stuff.
Cool.
That's pretty much it. No, it's a blend of exploration and killing stuff. Because of the open world format and structure, there's a lot of different things to think about here. Specifically with like, where do I go next and how do I get there? And what types of things am I finding and discovering that are mysterious, that are secret, that are like lending to the story in some way or another? That's an important factor of this game. And you'll continue to discover more about the story, more about this world, more about what's happened here, more about the curse of the land and all that stuff. And you'll fight stuff along the way because there are clusters of enemies around that respawn, and there's a big giant angry skeleton man called the Abyss King that hangs out.
I don't like him.
Tries to murder you all the time. So ultimately, you're trying to make your way through, defeat all the bosses until you can get to the Abyss itself and go defeat the Abyss King.
I think here we're seeing some of the open world, and you have a day-night cycle.
Yeah,
it's progressing right, and things become more difficult, more challenging at night.
Yes,
just like real life.
Just like real life, like if you don't have glasses that can see at night, goggles, those cool specs you used to get in that Modern Warfare extra kit, back in the day. That was very cool. They're like really fancy night goggles. No, it definitely gets more challenging over time. The world is actively against you. We have this low-grade pressure that starts to build, and parts of the world start to change and become more on fire, figuratively and literally. And just enemies themselves become more tense and build up over time as well. So really it's striking a balance between, how long can I stay in here, how much can I explore, versus how do I hurry the heck up and get out of here and do the things I need to do to accomplish a run.
Are there any other games that were sort of big inspirations for Breaker? I don't know, a big green open world like this, I can't help but think of Breath of the Wild.
Sure. Yeah, we were just talking about Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, Breath of the Wild, sure, big influence. I mean, I think that's true for a lot of games these days. After that, it's a very transformative game. Nier Automata was also a big influence. The style of combat there, the kind of world that they built, and the atmosphere and tone of everything. There was something really special about a game like that back in 2016, and still, they haven't made a sequel to it, which I wish they would. But Nier Automata, big influence for us as well, especially with Platinum's credentials with combat and trying to lean into that style of combat that they do so well.
How would you describe the combat here in Breaker?
Well, I mean, it's a blend of what we had done in Drifter, where it's deceptively simple or deceptively complicated and challenging while still seemingly simple. It's easy to understand. There's combinations and whatever else. We have like 40 different pieces of gear. So this time around, there's a lot of different stuff that you can play around with as far as weaponry and everything else goes. Whereas Drifter was very limited to like kind of your sword and, other projectile weapons. You have a whole array of different tools here and different character classes and fun stuff like that to play around with. So it's way more robust and intricate and in-depth than it ever was before. We also have a jump button now, which we didn't have in Drifter. That's pretty wild.
Imagine that, yeah.
Yeah, you can jump up and slash at things. That's a pretty new thing.
So I believe you have 5 biomes. How does it work? Do they have to be unlocked? Are they all open from the beginning?
So it's a pretty open structure. Really, it's going to be a matter of like what seems most appealing to you at the time, and like there will be elements about the world that like push you towards a certain direction depending on like what you're looking for. That's about as much as I'll say about without getting like too detailed and boring about it in greater detail.
So from run to run, is there anything persistent? Do you retain anything? Are you getting more powerful?
You do, over time, collect things permanently. There's like meta progression, permanent progression, but it's not as hefty as like some roguelikes make it. I think like Hades really leaned into the meta progression a whole lot, which is great, but I think we ride somewhere in between like the lighter ones, like what's the difference between a roguelite and a roguelike? It's like, the Spelunkies of the world versus the Hades of the world. It's like we ride somewhere in the middle of like, you still retain things, you're still collecting things, you're bringing back permanent currencies, opening up new schematics and things like that to unlock new gear and power it up and stuff like that. But ultimately, a lot rides on your skill and like what you're doing moment to moment in a run. So,
were there any big lessons you learned from Hyperlight Drifter that you're able to implement here?
Just no lessons. No. Of course, like so many lessons from everything that we do, every game that we make. I mean, for Drifter, a lot of it was just about more fully realizing the world in a 3D space is always a challenge. You know, that transition from 2D to 3D, and what we want to retain, like what is the essence of a Hyperlight game, regardless if it's a sequel or follow-up or in the franchise or anything like that. It's like, what does it mean to be a game in the world of Hyperlight? And ultimately, there are aesthetic elements to that. I think there's like game feel elements to it, and some of the core lessons from Drifter that stuck with us, I think, through that development and Solar and this one, is that we really like to build a certain ambience and vibe for our games. You know, I think we're very clear and specific about like what a Heart Machine game looks like, what it feels like, what it sounds like, and you know, we've sort of honed in on that stuff better and better each time around. And there's still callbacks to stuff from Drifter, of course, but this not being a direct sequel, but instead being like in the world of, you know, you'll see elements of that, but you'll also see evolutions. You'll see evolutions of things that we wanted to do differently, or we just didn't get a chance to do in Drifter back in the day because of limitations of tech or otherwise.
Well, Hyperlight Breaker is looking very cool. I can't wait to check it out when it's out later this year. Alex, thank you so much for coming by the IGN Summer of Gaming set.
Sure, thanks for having me.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
One of the biggest surprises to come out of the Ubisoft Forward was, of course, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six versus Raving Rabbids Infestation. It's a 6v6 asymmetrical competitive multiplayer experience where one team plays as elite tactical operatives. They're tasked with eradicating the mischievous vermin that have infested the walls of best-selling author Tom Clancy's Cape Cod vacation home. It's lovely there, by the way. The other team, of course, is those lovable rabbits who must lay as many eggs as possible in the walls of the novelist's palatial summer house before Memorial Day weekend.
What a game. Up next, we have an exclusive look at the 3 new maps included in the Season Pass, which will have Rainbow Six and the Rabbids duking it out in the other writers' retreats, Clive Cussler's Colorado Ski Chalet, Elmore Leonard's Dude Ranch, and Stephen King's Rumpus Room of the Damned.
That's a spooky rumpus room. Okay, no, but seriously, here is a breakdown of Star Wars Outlaws.
The scoundrels are running the galaxy.
If I want to survive, I have to play their game.
Ubisoft Massive finally revealed its Star Wars game, Star Wars Outlaws, and followed up with the first gameplay footage. Strap in because there are a lot of cool details, and we can't wait to see how those will play out when the game is released in 2024. With both the announcement trailer and gameplay trailer out, we looked at both to see what secrets we could find hidden in the upcoming Ubisoft Star Wars game. So stick around to see our discoveries.
You're gonna have to trust me. It'll be dangerous, risky. But if you pull this off, you'll never look over your shoulder again.
Star Wars Outlaws is, as the name suggests, about the underbelly of the galaxy. You play as Kay Vess and her alien buddy Nix are just trying to make their way through the galaxy one legally dubious job at a time. She's even introduced playing the favorite game of the underworld, Sabacc, which I hope is a minigame in Outlaws. Driving home this point is how we even see Jabba the Hutt in his iconic frog bomb receiving Han Solo carbonite delivery from his Amazon driver, firmly placing Star Wars Outlaws between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. This is a time period that we haven't seen explored since 1996's Shadow of the Empire. We learn that there are several crime syndicates vying for power in this era of the Empire, including the Hutts, Pikes, and the new Yoshida clan. One member of the Yoshida clan is seen cutting down a Sulistan with a vibroblade, though it's unclear if they have any relation to Sarko Plank, an alien from the same species. You might remember Plank from The Force Awakens, but also in the comics.
All troopers, we have reports of a fugitive in Jaunter's Hope. Move to apprehend.
At the end of Ubisoft's gameplay reveal for Star Wars Outlaws, it was revealed that the game will have a reputation system similar to games like Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption. It looks like depending on the player's decisions, Kay can make it through dangerous encounters safe, or find herself with a wanted tag that will have the Imperials on her tail.
Let's just relax.
At least until she can lose them by hiding out on some other planet.
We need to leave.
Yeah, no kidding.
In terms of combat, Star Wars Outlaws is keeping it familiar with an open-world third-person perspective. Kay is able to approach situations in a myriad of different ways, whether that's by sneaking up on bad guys,
Hang on tight, little buddy.
creating diversions thanks to her helpful alien sidekick, or just blasting through badder guys with guns ablazing. One thing we haven't seen is Kay talking her way out of situations other than in cutscenes, so perhaps negotiations aren't her strong suit.
The negotiations were short.
Hey.
Looking a little closely, Nix isn't just a fuzzy companion. During combat, Nix can either create distractions, perform tasks like push buttons, or straight up attack guards if need be.
Hey, Nick!
Nix is like a cross between Cal Kestis' droid BD-1 and the drones in Watch Dogs.
Get off my ship, Jalen.
Give me a chance.
In the announcement trailer, Kay meets up with Jalen, who sounds like he has a job for our heroine, a heist job. Along with Jalen is a modified commando droid similar to the ones you may have sliced through in Jedi Survivor. Separatist gear seems to have a tendency of finding their way into criminal hands post-Clone Wars. This particular droid is named ND5 and is apparently more friendly with Kay, warning her about going into negotiations with the broker.
She can't be trusted.
Who can out here?
It seems like Kay will be primarily spending her time in dangerous planets, which makes sense given her line of work. The beginning planet looks like an arid mining zone crawling with baddies, but we got some glimpses of some other not-so-friendly planets in the sizzle. One planet looks strikingly familiar to Kijimi, a planet we first saw in Star Wars Episode 9, Rise of Skywalker. Not only is Kijimi a base of operations for a gang of spice runners led by Poe Dameron's ex-girlfriend Zori Bliss, but it's also home to the legendary Anzelin droidsmith Babu Frick. Another planet we got a glimpse of is likely Canto Bight, the extravagant casino city on planet Cantonica. While home to immense wealth, it's a high roller gathering place for criminals and outlaws looking to spend their wealth lavishly. Another Rancor, but unlike the Stray found in the caves in Jedi Survivor, is this possibly the Rancor that lives under Jabba's palace? The timeline certainly matches up, and we already saw Jabba once in the trailer, so there's a good possibility. If this Rancor and Jabba are there, who knows what familiar faces Kay might run into on her journey.
Let's jump!
The reputation system isn't the only thing similar to other open-world games. Kay will be able to ride a variety of vehicles in Star Wars Outlaws. When she's making her escape from the mines of Ashkaha, she's speeding away on a chopper bike-looking speeder as seen in Shadows of the Empire. And of course she'll have her own ship, as we see when she makes her escape off-world. In the announcement trailer, she's even seen running by some pod racer engines, which I sincerely hope are pilotable. That's everything we saw in the 2 Star Wars Outlaw trailers. Be sure to check out IGN for all the news around Ubisoft Massive's new Star Wars game, including exclusive interviews with the game's director. And for everything else at Summer of Gaming and more, keep it here on IGN.
That looked kind of awesome, actually. I think somebody should probably use that like to make 8 feature films, like 12 animated series, maybe 4 live-action original shows set in that specific universe. I mean, unless they already did, in which case, whatever, you know.
It'd be a
disregard.
huge miss if they didn't.
I would think, but
you know. Coming up, the GameScoop crew is taking over to run down the clock until the Xbox showcase kicks off. But don't forget to stick around afterwards for a new episode of Next Gen Console Watch, which I'll be on.
Wow, this went by hyper light fast. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a dad. Thanks for hanging out with us in galaxies near and far, far away. You'll find me on Nintendo Voice Chat each week on Thursdays. We welcome all of our Super Nintendos.
That's really cute.
Thank you.
Summer of Gaming, we'll be right back. We'll see you on the flip side.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime, anywhere.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious? Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. It is... we've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may.
I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com. Black Desert Online is an MMORPG played by 20 million adventurers worldwide on PC. And now, the latest free expansion, Land of the Morning Light, invites you to explore a brand new region with all new boss fights, quests inspired by Korean folklore, architecture inspired by the Joseon Dynasty period, and tons more. Let's take a look.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a very special Summer of Gaming edition of GameScoop. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield, and I'm joined today by Sam Claiborne, Justin Davis, and Matt Kim. What is up, everybody?
Indeed.
We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But what a week it's been for non-E3 2023. Before we get started, just a reminder, IGN's Summer of Gaming continues all through June. We've got some cool stuff in the works, so make sure you're following and subscribe to IGN wherever you like to watch. The Xbox Extended Showcase starts pretty soon, but before that, let's go over some of the highlights from these last few days. So we've gotten all the big conferences. I'm sure there'll be some cool stuff from the Xbox Extended Showcase coming up, but the big ones are out of the way. How do we feel this non-E3 week has gone overall? Sam?
I feel like Xbox hit it out of the park, and I'm so excited to play a bunch of games that we did not know about before this, but Star Wars was the winner for me.
Star Wars at Ubisoft. Star Wars Outlaws, as we now know it's called. That was also the highlight for me. If we were voting on Game of the Show at a regular E3, that's what I would vote for. Justin, how about you?
Yeah, I just think Kay is so iconic instantly, right? With that kind of like, I don't know if it's 1970s hairstyle.
Totally.
But like,
We were talking about that. It's really funny you bring that up.
As if it were a movie made in that time period.
Yeah.
And I think it just really, like, that character profile and the actress and, you know, just her little alien buddy, and it's just like instantly I've seen that game for like 8 minutes and I'm like, okay, this looks great. I'm ready to go.
Matt, how about you?
I mean, I know you asked how we felt about the show, but it sounds like we're just talking about Star Wars.
Well, we're gonna get to all of it.
I also like Star Wars, but no, it was a good show. I think definitely, you know, after the death of E3, maybe possibly like as a summer replacement, this has been a pretty good show.
Yeah. Do you also agree that Xbox had the strongest showcase?
I think so. I mean, I think in terms of just like, I mean, I don't know why people mess with the formula. People just want to see trailers and trailers and trailers, and Xbox did it. They did the one that...
Well, people say they want to see gameplay, and so a mix of trailers and gameplay, I think, is what really make the difference.
It was all in engine.
Conference.
That's the important part.
That was cool. I really like that part of it, and you know.
Yeah.
Bull shots and all. We don't know if that's gonna look like any real games that are ever gonna come out, but it looked really good.
Yeah, I think I agree that Xbox had the strongest showcase. Although I'm
and
in
we're
the camp.
including Sony. I want to like.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So the big ones, right, would have been Sony a couple weeks ago, Summer Game Fest, and then Xbox. I think. My feeling, which I think a lot of people agree with, is that the PlayStation Showcase was a little light on, you know, PlayStation games. And then the Summer Game Fest is maybe an hour too long. Could cut out a lot of the free-to-play mobile games and that sort of stuff. But then Xbox, it was just all games, and that was great. I could have used more gameplay, and I could have used more like release dates. I think so. But other than that,
you might be getting the gameplay in.
I mean, yeah, we might be.
64 minutes.
And I mean, if this were actually E3, like we'd wrap this show and we would all be going over to a show floor and playing a lot of these games and seeing more of them and doing developer interviews, which we have had a lot of interviews on stage, which has been awesome here at Summer of Gaming. But like, you know, for folks like me that have been to many E3s, that's a little bit of a bummer. But in terms of what we saw and what was announced, yeah, it totally met my expectations. It was great. Yeah. Like, we've been keeping a running tally of every single game that's been discussed and talked about. Pear has been doing this, actually. It's 301 games.
Yeah, we have a very handy IGN playlist that tracks everything that's been revealed over this past week. I recommend you check that out.
Add it to your wish list.
Yep, add it to your wish list.
It also does that thing that summer game announcements are really good at, which it shows what our fall is going to be like and our winter next year, which is really exciting. Like October and September are completely stacked with games.
Yeah.
And then there's games in November and December as well. I mean, like we couldn't have said that 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what always happens, right? The back half of the year is a question mark until we get to this week.
Yeah.
And then we know. Actually, the only one for December right now is Avatar.
Yeah. It's a big one, though.
It is a big one. We can talk about that in a second. So if Star Wars Outlaws is game of the week for Sam and I, Justin, how about you?
Oh, it's definitely Starfield.
Okay.
I think the game looks incredible. Like, Todd Howard described it 3 or 4 years ago. It's like, oh, it's basically Skyrim in space. Like, not in a pejorative way, but just to expect, like, it's a very Bethesda game. But people didn't take him at face value. They're like, well, it seems kind of like No Man's Sky. It seems kind of like Mass Effect. But then this deeper dive, I just thought was just the perfect presentation gave us just the right amount of sort of teases and hints, and you know, we really they showed us a lot of the game, but we still actually don't know that much about the storyline or who. Like, it's sort of, they've only shown us humans, so it sort of seems like, this is my speculation, but maybe this is a first contact story, and that's the plot of the game, and so we don't know the factions. Like they did a perfect job of showing us so much, but then still leaving a lot unsaid. And if there was one thing we didn't get from Starfield that we did get from Ubi or others, I was a little bit disappointed we didn't get like a long, unbroken chunk of gameplay of like, show us emissions, show us landing somewhere, doing something, taking off. Like, so they're still kind of playing it close to the vest, but that's really sort of the only criticism I could levy at them is like, I wish we would have gotten 5, 8, 10 minutes of you know, one long, unbroken chunk of gameplay. But the game looks incredible.
Yeah, I've been kind of on the fence about Starfield, but now I finally feel excited for it. I feel like, okay, that's definitely something I'll play on day one. But it's interesting comparing that to Star Wars Outlaws, because, you know, I mean, first of all, I'm a big Star Wars fan, so there's a bias there, but like, I know they're different types of games. But when you look at them like side by side, Starfield seems a bit more generic because it doesn't have all the character and creatures of Star Wars. But of course, Star Wars is going to be an action-adventure game, and Starfield will be a very deep RPG where you're role-playing a character. Right?
I mean, Starfield has this sort of NASA punk aesthetic where like it's trying to be, I forget the exact phrase that they used in their presentation, but they're trying to be like 1 or 2 notches more realistic while still being fantastical in video games.
Yeah. Matt, how are you feeling about Starfield?
I'm feeling great about Starfield. I'm kind of like you, I was like, I'm excited for a new Bethesda RPG, same as anyone, but up until this point, we hadn't seen this good of a look at it, and it's one of those things where it was like the not main stuff that they showed off that I got really excited about, like the full ship customization. Like, I know I'm gonna spend hours on just building ships and collecting ship parts. The fact that you can be a space pirate if you wanted to be, like, that was hugely exciting.
Yeah, the hostile takeover of the ship was one of the coolest things they showed.
Like, I don't know if I'm going to be stealing sandwiches from other people's ships like they showed an example, but the fact that I could, dock ships, invade them if I wanted to be, and just, maybe add them to my arsenal for shipbuilding.
Yeah.
It's my favorite thing.
Well, and that's like a Metal Gear type of thing, right? Where it's like, well, you can claim all these resources and then use them. Like, you can add that ship to a fleet, and I was like, well, I would love that. When there's a reason to go out and loot that like builds some other aspect of your stuff. And I wanted to call out too, there's some humor in this game. And I think there's some key funny parts to Fallout and Skyrim, which I really like, or Elder Scrolls games. I've only played Skyrim, but they showed like the traits, and the traits were goofy.
Yeah.
Some of them were really funny, and my favorite one was the one where you like visit your parents a lot, and they like show the parents, and it's just like that's the Bethesda RPG style. And to see that come through, that's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think that's been missing from what had been shown of Starfield up until this point.
Yeah.
So does this seem like something you'll want to play?
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think I have to finish Zelda by then, so we'll see what happens.
I don't make any promises with a game like Zelda. So Matt, is Starfield also your game of the week?
I think so. Yeah, I think in terms of just the game that I'm really can't wait to play this year. I mean, it's coming out this year, which helps, but I think beyond everything, like Starfield really knocked it out of the park with their 45-minute Starfield deep dive. Like, as someone who was mildly interested to now, I can't wait for September. Like, it's got to be.
Yeah, it definitely delivered.
So then, sticking with Microsoft for a second, they opened up with Fable, which a lot of people were excited about. It didn't do much for me, just because we already knew Fable was happening. We didn't get any gameplay, and we didn't get even a release window. So it's like there wasn't any new information. It was just sort of a reminder that Fable is coming at some point. But Sam, you were a little bit more positive on it than me.
Well, I was positive on it because I love the actor.
I mean, I also love the actor.
Yeah, so that was great. And then I think that it doesn't show me what the game is at all, but it shows that its like sense of humor, again, just like kind of Starfield, is there. And a lot of games take themselves really seriously these days.
Sure.
And I don't mind a break from that, and especially if it's going to be some kind of open world fantasy game. I just think it's going to match really well for the style of Fable.
Mm-hmm. Justin, what do you think about this re-announcement?
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. Like, I think Fable games, like, humor is very hard to do ever. It's especially hard to do in video games. And, it made me laugh. I liked it. And I thought those games always straddled that line well. So I'm excited.
Was this enough for you, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, no, I think I'm not entirely sure what the thing that they showed us was. Like, is that going to be an actual part of the game, or was it just like a little slice of cinematic that they made to like as a tone piece? Like, are we actually going to see Richard Ayoade in Fable when it comes out eventually in a couple of years? I'm not really sure.
That.
Yeah.
And this is like Jack and the Beanstalk, right? Just to be clear, it's like he's a giant. Not like I watched that trailer, I was like, what am I even seeing? Like, what is this?
That reveal where he pops up with his glasses in front of the hero is really funny and a good comedic timed twist to it, just like showing a game. I just like Rarely are games like this effective and just showing like maybe just the vibe of the game.
And maybe some of this is what the gameplay is going to be like. We don't know. But it seems very cinematic at this point. I have high hopes for
Oh, Fable is pretty good too.
What's up?
She goes, oh, Fable, and then it cuts to Fable. No. She doesn't say Fable.
Yeah. Well, speaking of super serious, overly serious games, I wonder if that's what Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora will end up feeling like. A much more serious Far Cry. We finally got sort of a big gameplay reveal for that. Now I know there's a big audience for Avatar out there. I wouldn't. Those movies are fabulously successful, right? So I know there's an audience waiting for this. And I love Far Cry. I just don't love Avatar. So I don't know if this is for me. I don't know how else are we feeling about this.
They had to I know the Avatar lore nerds are gonna come down on me for this, but like the way that they had to kind of torture the lore for like, well, we want you playing as a Na'vi, but we want you being able to use rocket launchers and guns too, and so like the storyline of like you work for the humans, then we're put in cryos. Oh, and also we need to introduce the world to you and all the factions. So it's like, oh no, you've been in hibernation for 15 years, like. And I think, I'm teasing it a little bit, but I actually think it kind of pulls it off. It's like, okay, like that makes sense, and it's the only game of like, Damon, we've talked a lot on GameScoop over the years of like, you see an outpost and you mark all the enemies and figure out how to take it out, and that sort of gameplay style has gone a little bit out of favor. It's just a little bit less common than it was, 4 or 5 years ago, and so. That kind of like big open world outpost clearing style of game, like. Yeah, like I'm on board. It seems cool. I also don't care about Avatar lore though, so.
Yeah, it's like if the gameplay is like strong enough, sure, I'll give it a go. Because I do love Far Cry and I do love taking down outposts. Matt, how about you?
Yeah, like you said, the box office numbers don't lie. There is an audience for Avatar. Am I in it? Maybe not, but it's one of those things where I was watching this gameplay trailer and you kind of get reminded, oh, this is a James Cameron joint, in terms of the world that he created for Ubisoft to then adapt into a video game. Like the sci-fi military stuff is all like peak James Cameron, and you're just that's exciting as a huge Alien fan, Aliens fan.
Yeah.
So that in that regard, I guess I'm excited for elements of it, but I'm not bought into Avatar already, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that Ubisoft has not one but 2 giant licensed games. How far have licensed games come over the years?
Well, that's true. I'm just happy for Avatar fans to be getting like probably the best version of a video game that Avatar could get. Like if you like Avatar and you see this is probably what you want, right?
It's probably going to be better than the former Ubisoft Avatar.
Yes, exactly.
Whatever, 2009. But then let's jump back to what we liked so much about Star Wars Outlaws. Like, I'm like Justin pointed out, I'm really liking the main character and her little alien sidekick. It seems to be like, what do you think is going to set it apart from Star Wars Jedi? You think it's going to be similar but just no force powers?
I think that's what it is. I think it's no lightsabers and then a focus on shooting and running around and carjacking and stuff like that.
There's some Grand Theft Auto elements in there with a wanted level.
Space combat.
From the Empire. They also showed, just seamlessly getting in your ship, blasting off from the planet, flying into outer space, getting into a space battle. Yeah.
That's where that Grand Theft Auto comparison comes from. It's like shooting and driving. And if you like set that as a model for your game and set that in the Star Wars universe, well, it's actually really perfect for that because that Star Wars is about shooting and driving. So it looks like it could fit really well. And you don't have to take quests from blue people.
That's exactly right.
Well, you might.
But there might be some. But not exclusively.
Not exclusively.
There's blue Twi'leks, I think.
Yeah,
totally.
That's true. Yeah. Let's talk about the time period that this is set in. This is between Empire and Jedi, correct? And that we see some familiar sights and scenes from Jedi. Isn't that right?
I was glad that they showed off a new moon and new planet. Like, I don't need to be on Tatooine again. We've seen it so much in the shows and movies. I recognize that I'm very much in the minority, but like that time period, in my opinion, has been done to death in the TV shows and movies and comics and extended fiction. And like, I get it, right? Like this is what Star Wars is for most of the world. So, I understand. But for me personally, I would be a little bit more excited to see more of an underworld story set in a different time period, but you really can't go wrong with that OG trilogy setting.
Yeah. Matt, how are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling great. I think the thing that I was most excited about was in the gameplay snippet they showed the branching dialogue options, and I spoke with the developers in an interview that depending on your choices, Kay wouldn't get the want to tag on her, based on what she did, and that sort of really excites me in terms of what the game could be, going through, making deals, maybe messing up some deals, but also successfully conning some other deals and not getting the wanted tag. That's, I think, the thing that I'm most excited to see when it comes out next year.
Yeah, when that wanted rating
It
popped
looks so
up,
cool.
We
So
just
cool.
laughed
Yeah.
so
The interface
hard.
is awesome.
We thought it was great, and I was telling Damon, I hope the rating system for the more wanted is you get more wanted in more systems.
I didn't know what to expect when I heard that Massive was making this game, the studio behind
Yeah.
The Division and The Division 2, which are very exclusively, they're shooters, But from the gameplay slice that we saw, it looks like there's a lot more going on from stealth, and there is shooting combat, but also vehicular driving and interesting dialogue choices and sneaking around. So I don't know. It seems like, and also they also point out it's not just Massive, right? It seems to be like all hands on deck at Ubisoft worldwide working on this game.
But we have been talking about a lot recently that trajectory of companies like BioWare and Arcane that get a big live service game put in their lap, or a Rocksteady, right? And then they work on that for years, and it maybe comes out a little bit disappointing. This is the opposite.
Yeah.
The Division was not disappointing or anything, but that company made a big multiplayer game first, and now they're like, yeah, well, we're gonna make a big single player experience set in Star Wars. That's a really cool way to handle it. I like it.
GameScoop approved. With a couple minutes before we run to break, let's talk about Assassin's Creed Mirage. How are we feeling about this? Personally, it's so they're scaling back Assassin's Creed, and it looks like what we know, or what we used to know Assassin's Creed to be. So for me, it's okay, yeah, this looks cool, I'll play it, but it's a little bit hard to get excited for it. Anyone else?
So I think for gameplay purists, this is for them. But I've always loved Assassin's Creed for the new history, locations and time periods and stuff like that. And so the fact that they're revisiting a time period that we've kind of already seen is a bit of a disappointment for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that they're back to being sort of a tight, more compact urban setting. That excites me, sort of blending into crowds and hiding in plain sight and, leaping around on buildings. Again, we've talked about on Scoop a lot that I love Odyssey, I love modern Assassin's Creed, but they definitely lost something when those worlds became more expansive and rural. So, excited to get this back, this aspect of it back. A little tiny detail in the gameplay trailer that I actually really loved was they did the whole eagle flying over and then, but then oh no, you have to take out the marksman first. And I was like, oh, okay, that's actually pretty clever.
Yeah. But not everything they were showing was new. They're showing off you can throw a rock to distract the guards. It's wow, what year is it?
Yeah, you giggled when that happened.
I don't know. It looked, like I said, looks like a fun Assassin's Creed game that I'll play, but it's not as exciting to me as some of the other things like Star Wars Outlaws.
It's not the next generation of Assassin's Creed.
No, also,
it's specifically the last generation. It doesn't look amazing. I mean, it looks great like contemporary games, but it doesn't look better than contemporary games, and it doesn't look like the gameplay is different.
I think it's $50, and that's the vibe.
It's also a cross-gen game. It's an Xbox One and PlayStation 4 game, which I think is a big reason why it doesn't look as graphically impressive as Avatar or Star Wars.
Okay.
What about the other Assassin's Creeds? There's also a VR one and a mobile one. So the Jade is the mobile Project Jade.
I mean, excited to learn more. You know, they didn't show them off in detail. So.
Sure. Well, there's definitely a lot of Assassin's Creed coming for all the Assassin's Creed fans. We need to take a quick break, but there's more GameScoop coming up, and you'll definitely want to stick around for the Xbox Extended Showcase, which is coming up very soon. IGN Summer of Gaming. We'll be right back.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th Gen Intel Core processors. Beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Survive a brutal island filled with fearsome enemies while designing your dream shop in Sailblazers, a new multiplayer open world survival shopkeeping game from Airstrafe Interactive. Let's take a look.
Thank you for believing in me. Together, we'll make it the best shop the island's ever seen.
Nice work. Keep this up and you'll be running your own shop. Maybe your own district.
Welcome to Kazai Village. Who sent you? You will regret working for the Outlaws. Take this!
Welcome back to GameScoop right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. Just a second, we're going to chat about known games that were missing from the showcases this year. We have an update from former Omega Cop Tina Amini herself on what is going to be what we should expect from the Xbox showcase coming up. Thought it was going to be added to the dock, but I do not see it here. I'm going to pull out my trusty cellular device. What we can expect on the Xbox showcase coming up is more looks from Avowed, Towerborne, Senua Saga, Hellblade II, The Elder Scrolls Online, Necron, and Microsoft Flight Simulator Dune expansion. Who's excited to fly around a desert?
That's like the Venn diagram of who that's interested in is Seth Macy. That's right directly in the middle of it.
Yeah. Avowed is an interesting one from the Xbox showcase. Finally got to look at that. That was announced years ago from Obsidian, next big RPG from them. I don't know, I saw some mixed reactions to that, but...
I was surprised people were mixed to it. Maybe this panel will be mixed on it, but like to me, it's like, well, if, you know, we can't get a big Elder Scrolls, I already saw them do a really good Fallout, or, you know, basically a space sci-fi RPG. Why couldn't they do a great, you know...
Are you, well, you're talking about Outer Worlds?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, they said that Avowed is like a little bit more Outer Worlds in its size and scope. So like the sort of, I don't know if this came from an interview, so I apologize that I don't have the source, but they were talking about how they originally talked about the game as being like Obsidian's Skyrim, right? Like we're gonna make a big open world game, and then they're like, well, let's play to our strengths and let's really lean on companion interactions and like a little bit smaller and a little bit tighter and a little bit more story focused experience. I'm like, that sounds perfect. That sounds great. And, you know, and like you said, Skyrim is 12 years old or more. Yeah. And like that game, if you never played Pillars of Eternity, it's set in that Pillars of Eternity world. And I just think the lore and world building and magic and characters of that game is like, it's perfect. And, you know, it's ripe to sort of learn more about and hopefully reach a little bit of a broader audience than those sort of isometric RPGs did. Mm-hmm. I'm very excited for Avowed. I didn't think what they showed off this week was that great, but you know, I'm happy to kind of chalk that up to just kind of a weird trailer, and you know, and hopefully we'll see more in 40 minutes.
Yeah, I think it looks cool. I think some of the commentary was about how the look of the game has changed from the teaser trailer, but I mean, come on, that was years ago. The teaser trailer, I think, was just some hands casting a spell and then a logo. So I don't know how much it could, I don't know how much any sort of visual style even existed back then. Matt, what'd you think?
Yeah, I'm on the mixed side. I'm glad. I think of the games that we could use to see more of, it's Avowed. And I'm glad that they're putting that in the showcase extended. It's one of those things where, Outer Worlds I felt was a fun remix on this sort of sci-fi setting from Obsidian, and it was like a what's the word I'm looking for? Not a parody, but it
was pretty silly.
Yeah, silly, right? Tongue in cheek. And I was hoping for a similar kind of remix of the genre. For when I saw Avowed,
It does feel more straight up.
Yeah, a remix of the Skyrim formula, but this seems actually just like a Skyrim from Obsidian. So I'd like to see more of that sort of changes that they've made.
And if people haven't played Pillars 1 or 2, what sets it apart from Skyrim is that it's a little bit, in using Earth terms, is it's maybe 100 or 150 years more modern. So there's kind of muskets and some basic guns. It's not quite, it's in between Skyrim and steampunk, I suppose, somewhere in the middle there. And so that technology level is actually kind of interesting to me too.
Interestingly, that's Fable's technology level sometimes.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah, that looks cool. It'll be interesting to see a little bit more of that. Towerborne will be good to see because that's kind of an unknown quantity for me. I don't even know what to make of that. Did that make more sense to anyone else when they saw that reveal?
No. Okay. No, it's a perfect candidate to sort of do a dive in on.
Yeah, for sure. Other than all I know is everybody who's played the Banner Saga loves the Banner Saga.
Well, the Banner Saga is good. Yeah, that's it. But this just seems so different. So it'll be interesting to see what
but the style was they nailed the style so much in Banner Saga that it's
Yeah, but Banner Saga was a very serious,
That's true.
Sort of a kind of a downer story, a great strategy game, but a very, it's a drama.
Those Vikings had it hard.
Yeah, they did have it hard, trying to exist out there in the cold. But this is a little bit more cartoonish, a little bit more fun, I think, a little lighter. Maybe when you make 3 very super serious games, you need a break.
I definitely feel for developers that are making something, if you're making an action adventure game, great, got it. But if you're doing something kind of unusual from a genre mixing standpoint of it's got an action RPG element, but also a town building element or other stuff, that's very hard in an E3 press conference setting to kind of communicate in a 60-second soundbite. So that's where it's another just perfect candidate to do kind of a dive in on.
Yeah, that's what we'll be taking extended looks at coming up in just under 40 minutes at the second Xbox Showcase. Let's talk a little bit about some big games that were missing from the showcases this week. And obviously, the biggest one, the most important one is Perfect Dark.
We'll bring it up every year.
That is the hill I will die on. That's it was announced at the Game Awards 2020. So it's been 2.5 years since then, and I just,
what do you
Sam,
do that?
Am I ever going to play this game?
That was a less than cinematic trailer too, right? It was something below a cinematic trailer.
It was animated,
tease,
but yeah,
an animated tease
there was
trailer.
just kind of swirling sand and
What do you have to gain by being hey guys, we're making Perfect Dark, see you in 6 years?
I liked those.
I don't know.
I think those are really fun. I like the Metroid Prime 4 logo. I just think it's something to look forward to. I'd rather have something to look forward to than not, but it is getting weird now that the years are stretching out between those things so much. And I think that's here's the weirder thing. Joanna Dark wasn't there. There wasn't even a single Spartan helmet in the whole presentation. So that's like Mario. How do you put on a presentation for Xbox without even being Master Chief's gonna be on a motorcycle in this game?
It feels pretty weird to not have look, put a Ubisoft had mobile games and Just Dance in their presentation. Microsoft could have had something about the new season of Halo Infinite if that it didn't need to be a big thing. Right? Yeah.
That's why I think Mario remains as relevant for Nintendo today as he ever has. I don't think you can say the same thing for Master Chief.
Yeah, you were talking about this. So because of their acquisitions, right? It means I'm just saying now that their first party might be something completely different than what their first party was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
They don't need Master Chief.
Well, I also just think that, the shooter space, the online shooter space has just changed so much over the years, because of Call of Duty still a juggernaut, then you got your Fortnites and what Respawn's game, which I'm blanking on all of a sudden.
You have all these extraction shooters and battle royales, and then one day Halo wakes up and it's old, right? Yeah. And I say that as someone I actually really loved Halo Infinite, but there's no denying that it's by accident sort of become this kind of throwback style shooter.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed Halo Infinite's campaign very much, but I didn't play any multiplayer.
I love the multiplayer.
I don't think the multiplayer had made as much of a splash as you would have expected a Halo game to make 10 years ago. I don't know, Matt, am I way off base here?
No. Like growing up, my friends and I played Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo Infinite, and I was an Xbox gamer for all through high school for that reason. Halo Infinite comes out, I get together with the same group of friends I played Halo with back then, and we just stopped playing after a couple weeks.
Yeah,
that was my exact experience of like, instead of it lasting 12 months, it lasted 1 month.
Yeah,
and but that month was great.
I mean,
but
sure,
it just didn't.
not
I just moved on faster.
Yeah. And you know what's funny? It's not even that we just stopped playing Halo Infinite for other multiplayer games that weren't Xbox. We played Sea of Thieves together. We played Forza Horizon. Like we do play the Xbox multiplayer games. It's just Halo is not that multiplayer game from Xbox that we gravitate towards doing.
But speaking of Sea of Thieves, we can take a little excursion. There was a very cool tie-in announced for that makes a lot of sense with The Secret of Monkey Island.
It's one of those things that once you hear it out loud, you're like, of course that exists.
How did this
but
not happen?
Yeah, exactly.
Although there's maybe some funny business with Ron Gilbert. Apparently he wasn't involved, and maybe he's a little bit upset about that.
I'd missed that. That's a bummer.
But they got, they have the actor for Guybrush in there as well, and apparently there's supposed to be some kind of like point-and-click like puzzle solving that you're doing within Sea of Thieves. So,
if I had all the time in the world, I would spend some of it playing at Sea of Thieves because it just looks so fun, and every time they add these big expansions, they look like a blast.
Yeah.
In terms of Xbox, mascots, like what's a game series that we've seen at nearly every Xbox presentation? It's Sea of Thieves.
I mean, it's one of those games that didn't have the best launch, but now they turned the ship around, and it's in a great spot.
Plus, Rare found their way, right? It's like this is what Rare works on. This is their reason to exist. It's not, a Banjo-Kazooie and a Conquer game every 2 years like we might have thought it would be back in 2000.
I wouldn't mind getting another,
Conquer?
Sure. I wouldn't mind getting a 3D platformer from Rare today. The last one they made was Nuts and Bolts.
Sure.
Which was ahead of its time because now people love that in Tears of the Kingdom.
Yep, totally.
Rare is also working on this Everwild, that was one of the games that was missing, and I don't even know what that game is.
Missing game? I mean, Microsoft had a lot of missing games.
They did.
That's good though. That means they have a huge stock of games they can talk about next time.
Yeah.
What about Indiana Jones? I thought we have a new movie just about to be released.
That's the UB game?
No, Sheen Games.
Sheen Games, okay.
So there's a huge Indiana Jones game, the final farewell to Harrison Ford. Should we have a trailer for our new game? Nope.
No.
Right, don't bother.
Although, we gave the movie a 4 out of 10, so maybe they didn't want to. Maybe they're like, now
they're separating out now.
Yeah. To remind people about Indiana
That's
Jones.
funny.
But we've talked about this before. What are they doing with the likeness and the voice in this game? What have they done in the past? Has it always been Harrison Ford in the games?
I think good question. I mean, I've played some of these games, but now I can't even remember. I think it must be sound-alikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No way he's coming back again for one final ride.
They've done like de-aging in the film and that sort of thing. So, I mean, with AI, who knows what the possibilities are going
100%.
forward.
They could absolutely make it sound just like him with off-the-shelf stuff.
I mean,
which is like a new thing, but like that's a controversy in terms of hiring voice actors and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens.
It is. We're still going to hear the voice of Darth Vader as we know it well into the future. Thank you to AI.
Yep.
We're talking about Obsidian then, Outer Worlds 2. That's something else that's been missing. I think we've gotten 2 trailers for that. There was at least one from 2 summers ago. It was just a cinematic.
I mean, it's one of those sequels that I'm surprised, I really loved Outer Worlds, and I do think it caught the second life on Game Pass, but all accounts is that it wasn't a bestseller, right? So it was like that sequel was announced and everyone was kind of like pleasantly surprised, but also kind of like slightly befuddled of like, oh, like they're giving this one a second chance. But like, it's great. If you haven't played it on Game Pass, download it, play it. Yeah.
It's cool that I think Obsidian gets to work on the games that they seem to want to work on, right? Like of the big studios or the Xbox studios, Obsidian's worked on that game where they fight giant insects, Grounded, right? And now they get to make a sequel to a game that they clearly really loved making.
Yeah.
And then they've got Avowed also, so it's at the very least it's cool that they have the freedom to pursue their projects,
Yeah, on the left here, that's the original cinematic trailer that we've got for Outer Worlds. And on the right, you see the official countdown to the Xbox games. Showcase Extended has begun. Just over 30 minutes to go until we hand you over to Xbox and see more on games like Avowed and Towerborne and Microsoft Flight Simulator Dune 2024. Now, one thing that's a little bit surprising out of this week is that there's supposedly a big Call of Duty something coming this year, even if it's not the Modern Warfare 3. It's supposed to be a big enough, release to
a follow-on to Modern Warfare 2.
Warfare
That's
2.
what we reported on.
And now we're in midway through June, and we haven't seen anything about it. Nothing from this week. I kind of thought Summer Game Fest would be the place for that.
Or Sony, right? Because Sony, I think, has had
That's true.
Call of Duty announcements before.
Yeah, I mean, Activision is one of those companies, kind of like Take-Two, that obviously this is not E3, but like they would sometimes show up and have a presence at those sort of bigger times of year, and then sometimes they wouldn't, and they would choose to wait and do their own thing. So, they're clearly working on a different timetable this year, but they were never like a sure thing. Like a Ubisoft, it's like they're going to be here and have stuff at that same time every single year, whereas Activision is one of those ones that kind of would come and go.
Yeah. Yeah, Matt, when do you think they are going to announce whatever this Call of Duty is?
I don't know. If it's not a full thing, would this be the first year in a long time that Activision did not put out an annual Call of Duty?
Well, I think they're going to promote it as a full thing.
I think
Right.
it'll probably have
they're
the
going to
same
try the best to make
marketing budget.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's not going to be, as far as we know, Modern Warfare 3.
Exactly. Right. That would be interesting to see how they kind of push that out there and try to tell people that's like a full-on game. Especially since we haven't heard anything about it. Like normally we would get a tease around April, May, and then do we even know the studio that's working on it? Like they have that rotating studio cycle between
No,
Raven,
I don't.
Sledgehammer.
Yeah, I meant to look into that because I'm a little confused about who's going to be working on it. It kind of reminds me of what was the Halo Between game, like Orbital Shock, ODST.
ODST.
Right.
Yeah, it could be something like that, which is a totally fun campaign for a shooter, and then it updated the multiplayer, but
I mean, that franchise sort of hit a low point before they brought back Modern Warfare, and then Modern Warfare revitalized it, and it's kind of back. I was about to say bigger than ever. I don't know that that's literally true, but like it's back and very, very popular and beloved again. But it's the Warzone platform has continuity game to game, and then we're backing away from single player campaigns. Oh, never mind. Like we are going to give people a single player campaign, and so. Like I can respect Activision and those sort of rotating Call of Duty studios for kind of taking a breath and taking a beat and like figuring out. Like I have to imagine that they're kind of laying out like the next 5+ years of Call of Duty kind of right now. But like Warzone is very, very popular. Then it's also a little bit of a victim of its own success. Of it makes it slightly weird and challenging for them to sort of sell a $70 Call of Duty game to consumers every year.
Yeah, right. Especially with Warzone still existing, and that just carries on regardless of what Call of Duty is out that year.
Yeah, it's just interesting. If they have to announce it at some point, and if it's going to be out in October or November, you think it'd be about time that they want to start getting the word out about that. EA has Immortals of Aveum, which is coming out next month, and that's their first-person single-player spell shooter. But after that, I don't think we know what they have. I mean, we know that the stuff that they're working on, but we don't know what's coming this fall, aside from their annualized sports games. Because we didn't get anything from Dragon Age, Mass Effect, their Iron Man game.
Which I completely forgot
hasn't
about.
been officially revealed. They also have Skate. That the reboot of Skate that's already been announced.
all games I'm looking forward to.
I mean, yeah.
I can't believe we haven't heard from BioWare in so long, and there wasn't a little opportunity to show a little bit of what one of these games are, but things are changing. I think people, are still doing the teases that Justin was talking about, which is like the flash of the logo, but like they're not even doing that for Mass Effect yet, right? Like it's crazy.
Well, we know that Dragon Age is coming first, or at least
and we've seen Dragon Age trailers too.
Right.
It's just then there was nothing for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, and I know that fan reaction to Dragon Age Inquisition was kind of mixed. I love
it was
Dragon
our game
Age
of the year.
Inquisition. It was IGN's game of the year over Shadow of Mordor, which, even that was like a little bit of a maybe unpopular choice. But for me, I thought Inquisition was incredible, and I'm so excited that the tease that we saw from Dragon Age, however many years ago it was, seemed like it was a direct story continuation from that, which I didn't expect. I kind of expected them to reboot it, but bringing back all that Dreadwolf storyline stuff, like I hope they didn't back away from that. So that keeps the Justin hype level incredibly high for that game. But we'll see.
Matt, are you a BioWare fan? Are you?
I've not
looking
played.
forward to all this?
I'm looking forward to eventually playing these games and then being excited for the new ones.
Okay.
They're long games. They're hundreds and hundreds of hours
Sure.
long. You know, I think it is interesting about Dragon Age though, in that, you know, for like Fable, for example, right? We get one trailer a year during these summer events, and that's like a reminder that, like, hey, Fable's still in development, right? But like for Dragon Age, we've gotten developer updates like fairly consistently all throughout last year on Dreadwolf, you know, and then you reach this sort of big event season and it's just not there, you know, and we know they're working on it because they talk about it semi-regularly.
Now, Sam, Halo not being mentioned at all at Microsoft is about as surprising as Hideo Kojima not being mentioned at Summer Game Fest.
Or at Summer Game Fest. I think that's really funny, and you know, I'm really excited for a Death Stranding 2, and then whatever else he's working on. Like, that's the kind of thing where you think like he'd just come on and show something weird on that show. But you know, maybe we'll be seeing that at Game Awards. But
yeah, I mean, I just know
he's been tweeting like crazy. Have we all been seeing this?
Yes.
Maybe drunk tweeting.
it's like he's revealing all of this semi-obvious stuff about Metal Gear and some stuff that's like kind of behind the scenes and interesting. So while this Metal Gear stuff is clearly spinning out of his control in the realm of publishing games, he's still owning the creative, you know, control over
that's true.
us talking about Metal Gear.
I know you're also a big fan of Death Stranding, so were you disappointed you didn't get anything else about Death Stranding?
I mean, I was hoping. See, Death Stranding, you know, had the longest tease of weird stuff that any game's ever had, and I didn't care at all. But Metal Gear fans loved it, and Kojima fans loved it, and they really ate it up. So I thought like there'd at least be that campaign again. You know, that was like the craziest couple of years of breakdowns, and everybody was wrong in the end, and that's great. But you know, maybe we're not going to get that with this game.
But we did get the first non-Kojima Strand type game, which is Baby Steps.
Baby Steps.
Strand,
Totally.
So it's go watch the trailer if you haven't seen it, everybody.
That's a funny one. Okay, the Xbox Extended Showcase is still to come, but we need to take a quick break. IGN Summer of Gaming will return shortly.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Aveum, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Why are people so mean to Koroks in Tears of the Kingdom? We may never know, but what I do know is you should follow IGN on all of our social media platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. Follow us. Or don't.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Warhaven, a 16v16 PvP medieval fantasy game. Now charge into epic battles as one of 6 different character classes, work together as a team to dominate the battlefield, and awaken the power of an immortal to turn the tides of war yourself. Now wishlist the game on Steam and play the game for free during Steam Next Fest on June 19th. Well, let's take a look.
And we're back. We were waiting for Xbox's extended showcase. In just a moment, we'll talk about who's had the best showcase of the week so far here on Summer of Gaming. But first, let's talk about Nintendo and how quiet Nintendo has been. Not only did they not have their own sort of direct event this week, they didn't show up at Summer Game Fest, whereas they have in the past. They didn't have anything to show. I don't know, Sam, maybe you think it's just because they're riding high. They've got Tears of the Kingdom out there. Quite possibly Game of the Year, remains to be seen, but definitely the early favorite right now.
I think that's part of it. They have announced some sort of fan fest this fall
in September, yeah.
And I think they're putting all their eggs in one basket.
We also know they're going to be at Gamescom in August.
Mm-hmm. And I would hope that as part of that fest, there's some kind of direct alignment with that. The Nintendo Direct alignment. Nintendo Directs, they do them in September usually to kind of talk about these are the games that you'll be playing this fall. That used to be a June thing. And so that's why it's just like a little bit disappointing. But between now and then we have Pikmin, and then nothing.
That's
so
we don't know. Yeah.
We have to know what's coming out. And believe me, if it was just Tears of the Kingdom DLC, we would all eat that up and enjoy it, right?
Yeah.
So that would be really cool too. And I think before the end of the year, there's a good chance that we might get that. So that's going to be announced at some point.
Yeah, I'm definitely sad to not have Nintendo here at this, non-E3. Like, they're always a nice palate cleanser and balance between, look, I'm a big boy. I like mature games as much as the next guy, but that balance of Nintendo shows us something, family-friendly and E for everyone and a new Mario, and then that contrasts with, the grimdark shooters that we've seen all week. But they as a company, Nintendo is at its highest high, maybe ever, in the company's 100+ year history. They have the second biggest animated movie of all time ever made. Mm-hmm. They have Tears of the Kingdom, which is overwhelmingly going to be the best-selling Zelda game. I think it's going to eclipse Breath of the Wild, which was already the best-selling Nintendo game, and the Switch is still a runaway success.
Yeah.
So I think at this point they can kind of announce games whenever they want and do whatever they want.
Sure. Yeah, Matt, what do you think about what's going on with Nintendo?
Yeah, I mean, from that perspective, they absolutely do not have to be here. They are riding that Tears of the Kingdom wave as much as they can, and then they'll regroup and in the fall, and we'll find out what they've got coming in the wintertime. I
mean, the other subtext here is that there continues to be persistent rumors of new Switch, new hardware, and there's definitely this is not me. This is just me speculating for me, but there's a balancing act of when you can announce that, because the moment you announce that, no one's going to buy a Nintendo Switch anymore, right? So that's a little bit of a weird spot when you're in this console transition period as well. So
yeah, it's feeling more and more like it's time, because they've got Tears of the Kingdom out the door. That was their launch game, so they've sort of bookended maybe the life of the Nintendo Switch. They're coming back to Gamescom and then their own in-person event in September. There's some reason they want to get people in person to get their hands on something. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
And that console's 6.5 years old. Yeah. So it's forget any sort of rumors or speculations or NVIDIA chip pipelines. Just look at a calendar. They have to do something new soon. Mm-hmm. So the time's right.
Yeah, especially since after Pikmin in July, we don't know what they have software-wise coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, and I can legitimately, to emphasize my point from earlier, I can see them saving stuff so they have a good announcement, situation for their show this fall. If they have so much there, then people will be really happy, and I think that would be an interesting way to save us some summer announcements.
Yeah, speaking of saving stuff so that you have enough to show, maybe someone at Capcom would have thought of that. And I love Capcom. I don't want to beat up on Capcom, but
maybe a little.
Of the showcases over the past week, I think the Capcom one was, it's become an internet cliche to say that could have been an email. But in this case...
Well, it's funny because we were just not really criticizing, but commenting on Microsoft not having Master Chief at all in their presentation, their famous helmet. They did have Mega Man in this, to their credit, but it was for the craziest amalgamation mobile PC game ever.
A free-to-play mobile PC game.
That was where my interest peaked, and we're talking about mid-nap.
It's Capcom, you didn't have to be here. You didn't have to. And Capcom as a business, I don't know that they're at an all-time high like Nintendo is, but they're in a good place,
they are in a
right?
great, that's what makes it so weird, because ever since Resident Evil 7, they've been riding high. They've become one of the best and most reliable third-party publishers. It's just hit after hit.
Street Fighter's doing great.
Their games are selling more than ever. Monster Hunter World is a huge success, and all the Resident Evils have been great. So yeah, it's whoa.
Just tell us what Resident Evil you're doing next. That's what I want to know.
If you're gonna have a showcase during this week, I guess I just would have expected they would have had something a little bit more substantial.
Mm-hmm.
I do think Dragon's Dogma 2 looks really cool.
I think it looks very cool too. Yeah. I don't know if it's enough to carry it. Exoprimal, they're
trying. Yeah, they're doing
really
their best.
trying. It was weird. At Summer Game Fest, they showed that the Street Fighter characters are going to be in there. But then in their own showcase, they didn't even mention that, even though they had a deep dive on Exoprimal.
Yeah.
They showed a very long roadmap for what they have planned for that game. So they're hoping the game's going to have legs. I don't know if that will prove to be true.
It might have little tiny arms.
It has all the T-Rexes have very tiny arms.
I didn't know the dinosaurs just poured out of a mysterious portal into their world to invade them, and it looks absolutely and it looks ridiculous. And it's one of those things where like once I saw that, I'm like, well, okay, actually I will try this out.
Yeah. Yeah, it really works.
Yeah, it kind of does work. It's a powerful image.
It's like their Earth Defense Force.
Yeah.
Instead of swarms of giant bugs, it's swarms of dinosaurs, which isn't a bad idea. It's just a strange idea for Capcom.
Yeah.
And like, what else do they have? They had a new Ace Attorney collection,
which I am excited for. I love this.
Which I'm excited for, except I just bought all those games once the eShop shut down, and it's like I think they timed that on purpose. It's like I either tracked them down on the eShop, them in Layton, or I bought them on eBay in some instances, and it's should have waited.
I would add Resident Evil to our missing list. Like there's either a numbered game coming out or there's a remake coming out. And this is the instance which I know this drives people crazy and we make fun of it a lot, but like if they just showed me the logo, I would at least know how to plan the next couple of years of my life around a Resident Evil, because I get so excited for those games, especially after 4. Can you believe that game came out this year and it was so amazing, and now it's just been an amazing year for games for us to not be talking about that every day still, because it's incredible.
It is. It took a Zelda to make us stop talking about that game.
It totally did.
What do you think is going to be next for Resident Evil then? Do you think they do Code Veronica? Do you think they do Resident Evil 5?
I think it's 1.
But they've already remade it.
Yeah, but who cares?
remake
games
in the
over
RE,
and over again.
Remake it in the RE engine.
Yeah, it needs to have the whole 2, 3.
So you could play the whole series up through 4, and they all like sort of
yes, and behind the shoulder is really important. Shooting is important. I mean, the remake did not have any of that. It was same camera angles with basically like an extended version. And if you look at that game now, like it's low res and looks weird. I don't want that game again. I want the story told with just a lot of like cool third person zombie shooting.
Justin, you agree? You think they're going to do 1 again?
Yeah, I think Sam just convinced me in real time here. I was like, oh no, I don't think so. But then it's like, oh well, you did make several good points. So yeah.
Well, I always like the mansion as being a system of interconnecting rooms and puzzles, which I think they did really well with 2 and 3 a little bit. Also, like I love that type of Resident Evil, and 4 is not that, right? 4 is like you get that in the castle, and then you do a bunch of other stuff. Then you're in, it's like, but the rest of it is kind of around that.
Yeah, there's the whole lake, huge open area.
Yeah, and if it's like military shooter stuff. Yeah,
love it. I've always had a soft spot for 0, which feels like it's kind of forgotten.
That's a good point too.
And so maybe bringing that one back could be fun.
Yeah, I never even played that one actually, so that'd be a good opportunity to do that. Okay, so it seems like we're all generally in agreement that Xbox had the best showing this week. We really like Star Wars Outlaws and Starfield. So looking ahead now that we know some release dates and we know some big games that are coming up next year and the year after that. Sam, what would you say are the most exciting things you're looking forward to playing over the next year or so?
Well, some of them actually weren't at the show. I really want to see the Marvel games. Like I want to see like Wolverine, for example.
Oh, that's right,
like,
from
those
Insomniac.
Are some
that was a big
I'm excited for. So I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to see that. I think that if we had to vote on like kind of a game of the show, I think our staff would kind of be split between Starfield and Star Wars. And both of those Starfield had to do a lot more to convince me to be excited for it at this point, but both of those convinced me this show that those are games I'm looking forward to. So I know that's a little basic, but I threw Wolverine in there too.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that one. Thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
Justin, how about you?
I mean, we're such like goldfish that like even as I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh yeah, we saw Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we saw Spider-Man, but that was like, that was 5 days ago. Who can possibly remember that? I like that Spider-Man I gave Ubisoft credit earlier in the show for showing long, unbroken chunks of gameplay, and we got a long look at Spider-Man that, it's sort of confirmed where I feel like every gamers everywhere collectively were like, yep, looks great. Like, let's go. Like, I don't really need to know much more than that. So very, very excited for Spider-Man. I mean, nothing's going to eclipse Starfield as my game of the show. But but I thought Spider-Man and Final Fantasy VII remake, Rebirth.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's a spoiler at this point. That it was a little bit of a spoiler for Final Fantasy VII Remake when it was sort of revealed it's not actually a remake, but it's in another timeline and is sort of a different, it almost kind of follows the events of Final Fantasy VII, and they seem to be really leaning into that for Rebirth and the twists on this story and how it's going to be different this time around than it was the first time around. It's almost like the sort of time travel-y Avengers Endgame of Final Fantasy VII, and that to me is just so clever and so smart. And what a clever way to like tell this story again, but then still keep people on the hook of like, you don't know if events are going to play out the same way.
Yeah.
And they really seem to be leaning into that with this trailer for Rebirth of how things are different than they were last time around. And to me, that's like, it turns something that I was not that excited about to being like, oh my God, this is perfect. Like, I loved it. So, and then the open world stuff looks obviously really gorgeous too. So, for me, those are my big three coming out of this event: is Starfield, Final Fantasy, and Spider-Man.
Cool. Matt, how about you? As the dust settles, what are you looking forward to playing over the next year or so?
I think definitely like all eyes on Starfield for me. Like they came in, they really had to make this one work, and they really had to convince people that Starfield is everything that we were waiting for, and they delivered. They showed it off, and now all I can really think about is like, I don't even remember the release dates for the other games. All I know is September, Starfield.
And I like September's actually kind of soon,
Yeah.
right? Like there's an art to like, if it was like the last week in November, I'd be like, oh, it's kind of far away. But like September's like right around the corner.
Yeah, it'll be here before we know it. For me, it's Starfield in September, and then in October there's a bunch of games coming out. Spider-Man 2, Assassin's Creed Mirage, which I'll definitely play. There's Lords of the Fallen, which we didn't see, that was missing. But I think the game I'm most looking forward to in October is a game that we haven't mentioned yet, and that's Alan Wake 2.
Yeah.
Right.
They're going full survival horror.
And it's out during Halloween season, which is always fun.
But missing the target. They missed the target. There's a Friday the 13th.
He will not let this go. I love it.
That's the other hill I'm going to die on. That and Perfect Dark.
I thought the Alan Wake 2 gameplay went pretty hard. Like I don't know what people expected, but for my expectations, I was like, whoa, damn, all right. Like it really wowed me. I mean, I'm not a big survival horror guy, but it was a great showing.
Yeah, this game looks super cool. The foliage is so dense in the forest that you're exploring here, and the leaves blowing on the ground. There's just so many nice little details. It's a very, very pretty game.
It's horrifying. The lighting is so good, and it's using the Resident Evil formula, which I think is really cool.
Yeah. It does seem like they have taken some inspiration from modern Resident Evil games. And then there's I think they call it a wound system. So when you shoot enemies, the fabric of their clothes will flap, their skin will fall off and break apart, and it gets pretty gory, which I like. I love all that stuff. And then, Sam, there's a Mind Palace gameplay mechanic?
No, what is it?
You play as two different characters this time, and the FBI detective, Saga, she can go into her Mind Palace and look at she has like a clues board where she's like trying to solve the mystery of the case, and you can sort of associate different clues together and try to
So that's
piece
like
the puzzle
like
together.
when they try to put Batman detective stuff in the game. They're like, well, you got to remember, this is not just a shooty detective; it's a detective.
Yeah, exactly.
To solve something.
Yeah. And then you play. There's some sort of a way that you play two different characters, and you have control over the order that you play them. Both have their own story. You can just sort of choose to jump back and forth, I think, at certain points. So they're doing some interesting stuff with it. It looks awesome. It looks spooky. I'm totally on board with this. Matt, does this do anything for you?
Oh yeah. I'm glad you brought it up. Like, I love survival horror games. I really like the first Alan Wake. I really love Control. I was a big proponent for when we made that our game of the year several years back. I'm so excited for Alan Wake 2. They are speaking my language with all the like true survival horror stuff, and it's not just the Mind Palace thing, it is the limited ammo, the you're really struggling for health kind of stuff. You have to find limited light sources to keep safe, like all that stuff. I'm so down for.
Yeah. There's also in September there is Mortal Kombat 1, which is going to be a huge game.
Oh yeah.
And we got to see some really fun fatalities in that, and they introduced the new cameo mechanic where you choose a second, assist fighter to come in and join in. Do you think though that because it's such a known quantity that it's kind of like Assassin's Creed Mirage, where you're like, okay, that looks fun, I'll play that, but it's a little bit less exciting than some of the other new games?
I mean, I like that it's a reboot, and I like that and not that I'm like deeply invested in Mortal Kombat lore, but like, you know, how many times can we see like, you know, Sub-Zero and Scorpion, like, oh, they're mortal enemies, and they've told that story 10 times now, and then like these twists of like characters that were enemies are now brothers, and like it actually seems to be doing a reboot in an interesting way of like, you know, remixing, you know, and I'm only talking about the story because I'm not a fighting game guy, so I can't speak to like the gameplay details that we saw, but you know, it felt like the right way to do a reboot to me and sort of freshen up a franchise that's been around, gosh, what, I don't know, 30 years?
Yeah.
So, you know, and had the same still as Ed Boon at the helm. It's incredible.
Yeah. I'm definitely excited for it. It looks great.
Yeah.
You know, we've been here over the past week covering all these big announcements. I haven't gotten Justin's take on this one yet. I need to know what Justin thought of Pal World.
I mean,
the Give the Pokemon Guns game.
It's impossible. Like, the trailer is so, and like they knew what they were doing with that trailer, right? Of like these moments of like these cute cuddly animals, and then there's that hammer drop moment of like, I think it's like a chain gun. Like, it's hilarious. Like, it looks incredible. How can you not? And like, what a log line for like Pokemon with guns. Like, okay, got it.
Yep.
Understood. Mission accomplished. Like, there's what more do you need to know?
Oh,
nothing.
Well, how about there is some more to it though, Justin? Are you aware? You can send your pals to work in a factory.
Oh.
You can put them to work for you.
Good.
You can also these are the words of the developers. These are not my words.
Sure.
You can slaughter them and eat them. However, eating them is illegal.
You always have to, I always miss.
You can do it.
We got a little bit, I always think it's really charming at E3 or settings like this where sometimes you have stuff translated from Japanese, and then there's always a little bit of like stiltedness of like, sometimes you're not sure if the translation's coming through literally, but it's like, I have to take them at face value. Like, yes, you can slaughter them.
There they are. The guns are just coming out the factory line right there.
And then I'm and I'm sure there's some kind of like moral conundrum of like, yes, you could send them to work in the factory, but and it's like, nah, I have no problem with it.
No.
That's what you like. I'm in charge of this land. And
so in some respects, it is good that Nintendo didn't make it to the summer game announcement season because they didn't see this, so now it'll still come out.
Yeah.
There a single tear runs down Miyamoto's face.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Is this a video game that, you know, a big mass of hundreds of thousands of people are going to download and play and enjoy? I don't know.
I mean,
but I'm glad.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm glad it exists.
I am glad it exists too. We're just about a minute away before we hand you over to the Xbox Extended Showcase. Matt, what's your take on Pal World?
You know what? Pass. I don't want to say anything.
Hard pass. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Make sure you stay tuned after the showcase. We'll be breaking down all of our reactions to all the gameplay that we got to see. I want to quickly mention one game that I'm excited for that's coming out early next year, and that is Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Yes.
That was a pleasant surprise for me out of Summer Game Fest. Prince of Persia going Metroidvania. Justin, does that seem like it's something you want to play?
Yeah, I mean, I went from skeptical, like went on a full arc of like, I don't know, but then they showed the extended gameplay, and that really sold me on it at Ubisoft. I thought it was awesome. I thought it did a really good job of bringing the time manipulation back in, which has become a part of Prince of Persia lore. So really clever, really well done.
Yeah, I'm excited for that, and it has a release date in, I want to say it's January 18th, early next year. All right, the showcase is starting in about a minute now, but don't forget, we've got a new episode of Next Gen Console Watch immediately afterwards to weigh in on which console's lineup is looking the most promising. And hey, if you haven't yet, check out IGN Rewards. It's where you can get access to exclusive giveaways, discounts, beta invites, game codes, in-game items, and more. Join today and get a one-time 10% discount code for almost everything in the IGN store. Justin, does that include GameScoop gear?
Yes.
Yes. Head to IGN.com/IGN Rewards and become a part of the IGN community. All right, it looks like the showcase is about to start. Everybody enjoy the show, and we'll see you on the other side.
So who's the angel, who's the devil, though? That's the real question between Solomon and Johnny.
I'd like to think I'm always an angel.
Welcome to the Xbox Games Showcase Extended. My name is Tina Amini, and I'm here to dive a little bit more into the games you saw at our recent Xbox Games Showcase. Showcase featured 27 ambitious games, all coming to Xbox. Games like Clockwork Revolution from In Exile Entertainment, Fable from Playground Games, and from our partners, Star Wars Outlaws from Ubisoft Massive in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games, and Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess from Capcom. Today, we'll take a closer look at some other games from our showcase lineup and introduce you to some more games too. We've got the game director of Avowed from Obsidian Entertainment breaking down the game's trailer, and the game director of Hi-Fi Rush from Tango Gameworks is here to tell us about their newest update. You'll also hear from Sarah Bond, head of the Gaming Ecosystem Organization for Xbox, who will tell us more about a program to bring games from underrepresented developers with unique visions to Xbox and Game Pass. And we may just have a few other fun guests in store for you too, so stay tuned. But first, let's check out the rainy streets and sinister markets of Cyberpunk 2077: Phantom Liberty.
Hello everyone. I'm really excited to welcome you to this exclusive Xbox store over Black Market, one of the locations in Dogtown that you are going to be able to explore in Cyberpunk 2077: Phantom Liberty. As you can see, Dogtown welcomes you with open arms.
Too tame?
This is Black Market, a location where you as a player, as a mercenary, you can obtain unique cyberware and weapons, things that you cannot find anywhere in this world. Dogtown is a part of Night City, but has its own very distinct look and vibe. It's outside of the jurisdiction of NCPD, attracting all kinds of eccentrics and dangerous characters.
Radical mods, June. Never seen anything like that on a non-maelstromer.
You mean this? Ain't seen nothing yet. Check this out. Or this here.
We have put a lot of work into making the world feel more alive. Small scenes, secrets to find, Easter eggs, make this place feel more vibrant and more believable.
Maintenance accessories and...
But what's inescapable in Dogtown is Kurt Hansen. Kurt is a leader of Borges militia who rules Dogtown with an iron fist.
You've come to the right place. NCPD, gang wars, not in Dogtown. Taxes, who the needs them? In Dogtown, I keep your business safe as long as you abide by my rules.
A really nice guy, as you can see.
I thought so.
The black market also is a place where you can find new illegal weapons and goods. They are some of the most powerful items in the world, but are often much more dangerous to use. A new cyberware capacity system, which leads you to push your body to the limit and gives you new abilities to deliver more thrilling gameplay experiences, like the air dash or the ability to see the enemies through the walls, or change your appearance to lose the heat. The Borges is the authorities of Dogtown, and they are more dangerous than NCPD. When you as a player commit crimes in Dogtown, they are the guys who are going to chase you. We have completely overhauled the police system. Police actions are more believable, dynamic, and diverse. The team has been working passionately to deliver you more deeper and meaningful experience, and I really cannot wait for you to find out more this September. See you in Dogtown.
We're not done talking about CD Projekt Red's next dive into the story between V and Johnny just yet. In fact, we're here with the voice and stylings of Johnny Silverhand, Keanu Reeves himself. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Likewise. Well, Phantom Liberty introduces us to an entirely new location in Night City. It's called Dogtown. It's this devastated place. It's controlled by a militia. But I think you know more about it than I do, so how would you describe it to players?
Night City has its own kind of levels to it, and I think Dogtown is kind of going down to a darker place. It's dystopian. It has a tension to it, and this undercurrent of kind of violence, you know, like, and struggle, you know. Can I swear?
Yeah.
Shit's gone down in Dogtown.
Oh, I like that tagline.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, I mean, hopefully it'll be fun for people to play there.
It's hard to believe that there's an underbelly to the underbelly that is Night City, right?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm a little scared, but in a good way.
No, it's a good way. I mean, we're all kind of drawn to, we're all moths to the flame, aren't we? And there's a lot of flame in Dogtown.
Well, if anyone can take it on, it's V, so that certainly gives me the confidence.
Yeah, V's a survivor.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
You know?
And we just saw a tour of Dogtown, too, so we got a little bit of that ambiance, and we can see what the environment is like. People are getting beat up. It's not good.
It's, yeah.
It's not the friendliest place to be. You gotta be prepared for it, truly.
Yeah.
But in our tour, we also hear a recording from a Colonel Kurt Hansen. Who's this guy? Because he seems pretty dangerous, too.
Yeah, that guy. No, I'm sorry, I can't say that. My inner Johnny came out.
I think that's good. You know, we know the tone now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's ex-military, military too, ruthless, power hungry, manipulative, and Johnny doesn't like him.
I could see that. I mean, Night City in general is the kind of place that breeds that kind of character.
Yeah.
Let's take a step back. Let's talk about Johnny as a person instead of this horrible person known as Colonel Kurt Hansen. I don't know about this guy, but people like Johnny, and I think it's interesting because we know him to be opinionated. He's radical. We've seen that in Cyberpunk 2077 in the main campaign, but as we get to know him, he's got a sensitive side too. He can actually be quite caring.
That's what makes it so much fun. He is outspoken. He's a little grumpy. And he has a right to be. He's been used, he's been abused, he's been abandoned. And I think that through that kind of hardness of his outside, there is a vulnerability to him. And I think what's great about it is I get to play that character in so many different ways, and so the range of it is cool.
And especially for the player, you get to see these moments in flashbacks. You start to understand he's a product of his upbringing, truly, of his surrounding.
Well, let's not get carried away. I mean, we can start talking about nature and nurture. I'm sorry, I keep dropping into Johnny. But, yeah, I like his anger. I like his passion. I like what he stands for. He's really just looking for a fair shot. And I love that he's kind of going through music, that there's an artist side to him. And, you know, I got some great speeches.
There's all these moments with Johnny where a tiny little thing, you know, elicits this really fun response. You can flip him off and he double birds you back. Like, I love those kind of moments.
Or rock.
I think another interesting lens of looking at him as we get into Phantom Liberty is his dynamic with Solomon Reed. So what can you tell me about Johnny's relationship with Idris Elba's character?
I think Solomon has some things in common with Johnny in the sense of the military, the sense of being used, abused. You know, it's in the title, right? They're fighting for a liberty. You know, Solomon's kind of trying to reclaim his life, you know, and Johnny's doing the same thing. You know, it's Cyberpunk 2077, so it might start off as revenge, and it might end as revenge, but I think sometimes he feels like he's lashing out at the wind, you know? And I think Solomon has been living out in the kind of the desert of his life, right? Kind of hiding and harboring.
Yeah.
But I think he also has that kind of soft and hard side to him as well.
So as somebody who's very familiar with thrillers, because you've starred in a few, what do you think about Phantom Liberty makes for a good spy thriller in particular?
The quest to understand what's going on. So, and the kind of scavenger hunt of information, the mystery, the double crossing, what is true, what's fiction, what can you count on, you can't count on anything. That is really kind of amplified.
Well, thank you so much for coming out to another Xbox presentation. You've got a lot of fans out there in the Xbox community, so I think I can speak for all of us in saying we really appreciate you showing up here today.
Oh, well, thank you.
But before I close things out, well, before I close things out, I'd love your help here, Keanu. How do you think Johnny would end this interview right now?
Well, there's a lot of ways you could do that. But, Tina, pleasure to meet you.
Oh, is that how Johnny would do it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Johnny.
Nice to see
Such
you.
a pleasure to have you here. I thought you were going to kick down the camera or something, so.
No, you see, he's respectful. You know, you're a good egg.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Yeah.
And I'll see you out there again soon.
So sorry for dragging you all into this.
The world you think you live in doesn't exist. It's a pantomime. Theater. And if you get a glimpse behind the scenery, the stagecraft, you'll discover nothing but darkness. And once perceived, it will swallow you whole. I'm in a race against this darkness. A race to locate an ancient ruin, a tower of unspeakable power. I need the best of the best. But they're all dead. So I'll use you. Scoundrels, thieves, cutthroats, the best of the worst. Oh, come now. Try not to look so glum. You're going to help me save the world.
When it comes to RPG studios, Obsidian Entertainment is among the very best. From Fallout New Vegas and The Outer Worlds to Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 and Pentiment, Obsidian Games have placed their stamp on the genre. Joining us today for a closer look at Avowed is game director Carrie Patel. Carrie, I'm so excited to have you here. We just saw this big reveal of Avowed, and there's so many little bits of information in there that I want to dig out and pick your brain around. But before we get into all that, I'm assuming that you don't need to have played Pillars 1 or 2 to really get into Avowed.
You're absolutely right. You don't need to have played Pillars 1 or 2. You can come to the world of Avowed fresh. We want this to be a welcoming experience to new players. But if you are a returning fan, there are some recognizable tidbits.
For people who have played Pillars 1 or 2, can you tease any more of just those general connections to the universe? And no major spoilers, of course.
Yeah. There are a couple returning characters that players might recognize from Deadfire in particular. Players who have played the original games will recognize some of the parts of the world and some of the factions. The Adirian Empire plays pretty heavily into the world of Avowed, so all of that will be familiar to returning players.
We do start to see some of that Pillars universe now in the Avowed setting, which is really exciting, and it's looking amazing so far. But can you confirm one thing for me? Are we still in Aora?
We're still in Aora, and specifically we're in a region called the Living Lands. So again, returning Pillars fans will recognize the Living Lands as this otherworldly frontier. It's very remote. It's relatively unknown. It's this very dramatic landscape full of all of these different valleys with these unique biomes and creatures, just a really unique visual perspective. And it's a wonderful frontiersy spot that's set for adventure. There's a lot that's undiscovered. And so that's the part of Aora that we're introducing players to in Avowed.
And we also see a character talking to us in the trailer. He seems like he might be a companion, because that would be a very Obsidian thing to do. So what's going on with that?
Yes, this is Kai, and he is one of the first companions you meet in the game. He's an Amawa. That's one of the unique species of the world of Aora. And Kai as a character brings a balance of this really battle-hardened perspective. He's seen a lot. He's served as a soldier and a mercenary, but he also has a really unique sense of humor. So he brings a spirit of levity and camaraderie to the party as well.
And as he's talking to us, he's also kind of conveying, well, he's straight up saying that he's afraid of you and your abilities. But it's not like the heroes are the only powerful beings in this universe. So I'm curious what that means for who we are as the player character. Are we a watcher again, like in Pillars 1 and 2? Or maybe we have some connections to the spirit realm and beyond that gives us these terrifying abilities?
So you're not a watcher this time, but you do have a unique soul connection to the world that gives you a connection to the Living Lands and to some of the more mysterious forces at work there. The player is also being sent as an envoy of the Adirian Empire, and so they come with both a very mysterious aura, but also a certain sense of political urgency.
Kai also mentions a plague. That's another bit of detail that we get within the trailer. We see a very concerning growth on a lot of the creatures in the world. What can you tell us about this plague?
I can't say too much just yet, except that it is a unique soul plague that is devouring the Living Lands, and part of the player's mission in being sent here is to investigate and try to stop it.
We also saw a lot of combat in the trailer, and we see dual-wielding pistols, we see spells, we see swords, we see just a ton of abilities. A lot that actually is really reminiscent of the Pillars universe. universe too, but those were isometric top-down view games, and Avowed is a first-person game. So how did the team approach that same kind of fantasy combat, but in the first person for Avowed?
So we wanted to take that same depth and breadth of play styles and combat abilities and player fantasies, where you can play someone who's very magically attuned, more traditional fighter or ranger, and really invest in whatever play style is most appealing to you personally. We wanted to take that depth and breadth and translate it into a first-person experience, where you can feel the visceral nature of the attacks, feel the dynamism and the momentum of those attacks as you're executing them, and that means including a range of options like, as you noted, dual-wielding pistols, which is one of my favorites because you don't see that often in fantasy RPGs, but also traditional sword and board, a whole host of magical abilities, a lot of things that'll be both a little bit familiar but hopefully new to players as well.
And I've got one more question for you, because I know the audience is going to want to know this one, but just how big is this game?
So it's going to be roughly comparable to something like Knights of the Old Republic 2 or The Outer Worlds. It is set up as a series of interconnected open zones that players can explore at their own pace. You can invest in discovering every nook and cranny in the world, discovering every secret, finding every side quest, meeting every character, or you can have a much more focused experience. And it's really up to players and how much time they want to spend in the Living Lands, but I'm hopeful that they're going to spend a lot of time with us once Avowed releases.
Well, count me in as one of those players, because I definitely want to read and hear every line of dialogue, everything everyone has to tell me, and discover every inch of the Living Lands. Well, thank you again so much for being here, Carrie. This has been so insightful and fun.
Thank you, Tina. This has been a pleasure.
That was just a taste of what you can expect from Obsidian Entertainment when Avowed lands next year on Xbox, PC, and Game Pass.
퍼스트 디센던트는 언리얼 엔진 5를 사용한 차세대 3인칭 루트 슈터 게임으로 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S, 엑스박스 1을 포함해 콘솔과 PC 크로스 플레이가 가능하고 프리투 플레이로 즐기실 수 있도록 개발 중입니다. 퍼스트 디센던트에서 플레이어는 계승자가 되어 인류의 생존을 위해 침략자들의 맞서 싸우게 됩니다. 계승자는 플레이어의 캐릭터로서 다양하고 개성적인 컨셉과 전투 스타일을 가지고 있습니다. 플레이어는 계승자를 통해 잉그리스 대륙을 탐험하며 스토리를 체험하고 다양한 임무를 혼자서 혹은 협동 플레이로 수행하게 됩니다. 또한 최대 4인 협동 플레이로 거대 보스와의 레이드를 경험할 수 있습니다. 거대 보스별 다양한 기믹과 부위 파괴 등을 통해 밀도 높은 팀 플레이를 체험하실 수 있습니다. 현재 개발팀은 작년 베타 테스트에서 플레이어분들에게 받은 피드백을 개선하는 작업과 신규 컨텐츠의 개발을 병행하고 있습니다. 지금 보시는 화면은 최초로 공개하는 엑스박스 시리즈 X의 실제 게임 플레이 영상입니다. 언리얼 엔진 5를 활용한 높은 퀄리티의 그래픽이 안정적으로 돌아가도록 열심히 개발 중에 있습니다. 신규 계승자 역시 개발 중에 있는데요. 이 계승자는 물을 이용한 독특한 컨셉의 플레이를 경험할 수 있도록 디자인되었습니다. 또한 자기장을 이용한 방어 능력과 비행 스킬을 지닌 새로운 캐릭터도 개발하고 있습니다. 플레이어분들이 더 많은 탐험을 하고 몰입감 넘치는 스토리를 경험할 수 있도록 다양한 환경의 신규 맵을 개발하고 있으며 새로운 타입의 보스 레이드 역시 지속적으로 개발하고 있습니다. 그리고 많은 분들이 요청하셨던 코스메틱 시스템도 도입 중에 있는데요. 캐릭터들마다 다양한 컨셉의 스킨을 제공할 예정이며 꾸미기 아이템을 통해 개성을 마음껏 뽐낼 수 있도록 지원할 예정입니다. 가장 많은 피드백을 받았던 그래플링 훅은 시스템을 완전히 변경하였습니다. 변경된 그래플링 훅은 조작에 따른 회전과 이동 시 가속 감속을 지원하여 조작의 재미를 훨씬 더 증대하였습니다. 이 밖에도 피드백을 반영하여 점프 모션, 총기 사운드, UI와 UX를 지속적으로 개선해 나가고 있으며 계승자 스킬을 개조할 수 있는 시스템도 개발 중에 있습니다. 게임 사운드 또한 글로벌 유명 게임 작곡가인 스티븐 바튼과 협업하여 보다 풍성한 청각적 경험을 제공하기 위해 준비 중에 있습니다. 마지막으로 여러분께서 가장 기다리실 소식을 전해드리겠습니다. 현재 저희는 연내 출시를 목표로 하고 있으며 그에 앞서 8월 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S를 포함한 콘솔과 PC에서 크로스플레이 베타 테스트를 진행할 예정입니다. 베타 테스트는 8월 22일부터 8월 28일까지 일주일간 진행되며 오늘부터 공식 홈페이지를 통해 신청하실 수 있으니 플레이어분들의 많은 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. Be the first descendant.
When we were wrapping up Banner Saga, we were really talking about what is it we want to do next.
We honestly started with the idea of making a game that was hopeful, that it was a triumph of the human spirit.
Something that had a lot of replay ability, something that you can really explore for a long time.
There are different worlds that we want to explore. Towerborne is that game. Towerborne is a fast-paced action RPG. It's a co-op game. You can play it online. You can play it on a couch with your friends and family. Everybody's moving through the world map together. As the players move out, they start breadcrumbing the storyline that is being told here. From the world map, you go into fun, fast combat. You come out of that with resources and crafting items, and with all their new loot, they can go back to the Belfry.
The Belfry is the player's safe haven and humanity's safe haven. The player can customize their appearance, their loadout, talk to all these different NPCs.
The world itself is a mix of 3D and 2D. We definitely wanted to have that kind of beautiful background that you see in animated movies.
Towerborne is all about humanity's last chance at survival.
Humanity is clinging to hope and clinging to this tower.
It is your mission to try to hold the forces of darkness at bay, to give humanity a chance at survival.
The most important thing about the gameplay is it's just fun. And it kind of just amplified its fun the moment you added another player. All of the players can build their character in a way that's specific to them. It just turns into this back and forth exploration. Like, let's try to do this one combo, and then let's see if you can do a follow-up. From a couch co-op perspective, that's just really fun because there's not too many couch co-op games anymore.
I'm hoping in 5 years from now, it's in a place that I never even would have thought of.
It's a seasonal game, which is different for us.
Players can expect a new storyline with new quests, new biomes. We'll be rolling out new gear, new monsters, new bosses.
Expanding on the content in a continuous, organic way, so it just becomes a living world.
When we started Stoic, we decided, let's just make games that we feel strongly about and we want to play. We had to find the right relationship with a publisher, and I think we found that with Xbox. They've enabled us to make the game that we want to make here. I earnestly cannot wait for the community to see the game that we're rolling out here. Towerborne is, I really believe, something unique.
That roar again!
You gotta protect the pit stop, please!
What the hell is that thing? Invaders down!
Hello, I'm John Rush, art director for Fallout 76. I hope you enjoyed the world premiere of the trailer for our Once in a Blue Moon update coming June 20th, free to play for anyone who owns Fallout 76. The blue moon has risen over the hills of Appalachia, bringing with it a ton of great new content for players. That includes new cryptids like the Blue Devil and Ogwa to threaten the progress of the Blue Ridge Caravan Company. We've also got 2 new public events, both of which give you a chance to earn caravan and cryptid-themed rewards. Defend the Middle Mountain pit stop from waves of monstrous creatures and safe and sound. and thwart a horde of crazed cultists and beasts of burden. With Season 13, we've also got a new scoreboard called Shoot for the Stars, which celebrates the stars of the silver screen and gives you a chance to earn cinema-themed rewards. And we're not done yet. Next year, we're taking players to Atlantic City, where they'll gamble on the fates of new factions for the opportunity to win big. Do your part in helping the Blue Ridge Caravan Company and earn rewards along the way. Once in a Blue Moon is coming June 20th. Appalachia is coming at you. We'll see you there.
What's this? What happened now?
We've just seen a new trailer for updates coming to Hi-Fi Rush called Arcade Challenge Update. No joke, there's literally exclamation points in there. That's not just me. So here to explain that and more about the update is game director John Johannes. Welcome to Showcase Extended, John.
Really glad to be here.
Exclamation points?
They have to be in there.
Yeah. It feels
It's style. It's style. Yeah.
It's a style thing. Well, Hi-Fi Rush is such a stylish game in general. I think that's one of the things that people really excitedly pointed out when we shadow dropped the game in the developer direct earlier this year. But making a brand new IP is always a bit of a risk. Your studio's known for kind of scarier games like The Evil Within and Ghostwire Tokyo.
Can't deny that. But yeah, this type of game is something I just always wanted to make personally. And I just thought music and action work so well together. And after I had finished working on The Evil Within 2, it just felt like the right time to try something new. And our studio's always been about just making fun games. It doesn't have to be about a certain genre. We're not about making one specific thing.
And fortunately, there's plenty more of that content to come because we just saw an absolutely jam-packed trailer. So I'd love for your help in breaking down all the details, all the stuff going into this update.
Sure. There's a lot, so bear with me. Everything in this mode is unlockable once you've finished the game, and you'll unlock an arcade cabinet in your hideout. And by accessing it, you get two new modes. One is called BPM Rush mode, which takes the gameplay up to like higher speeds than we've ever done in the main game. And the other is called Power Up, Tower Up, which is a new sort of randomized spin on the rhythm tower mode that we had in the original game. And included in this mode are 5 new original songs to play to, as well as 2 brand new enemies. And then there's special attacks and this whole meta system for unlocking upgrades and rewards. And that's all I can think of right now.
I love that there's so much to unpack there, but let's rewind. Let's talk about just BPM Rush for now.
Sure.
It was described in the trailer as effectively Hi-Fi Rush's equivalent of a turbo mode. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, early on, the team was like, how fast can we go? And in the game, we kind of settled at, about a max 160 BPM. But this mode really takes it up to 200 BPM. But we sort of ease you in there. It's a gradual upgrade until it eventually gets so fast, you just got to sort of think on your feet and naturally react to the rhythm in the combat of the game.
I personally love that there's a lot of accessibility settings in the game too. It makes it so that you can adjust the game to your own comfort level. But this is a post-game challenge. It's meant for when you've gotten into the rhythm of the game. So I'm curious if you have any pointers on as far as how to tackle that challenge.
As an action game, I think a lot of people want that sort of next level challenge, another way to use their abilities in a new type of environment. This mode does that by putting you at the high speed. But we also have multiple difficulties. We have an easy mode for people who want to experience what that's like, but maybe are not in tune with that sort of high difficulty that's accompanied with this stuff. But then we have a casual normal mode as well. And then we have, after beating those modes, we can unlock an EX mode, which takes up to a hard level where damage is multiplied and keeps you at that high BPM throughout the entire time.
But there already was a post-game challenge when Hi-Fi Rush launched. It was the Rhythm Tower mode. You mentioned that briefly earlier. That's the one where you face just increasingly difficult combat. So how has that evolved with the power-up, tower-up mode?
So the Rhythm Tower mode was kind of like a very curated experience. And while it was very challenging, you can prepare, go in and sort of customize your character, know what you're getting into. And in this mode, we flip it to the almost opposite end. Chai starts off downgraded. We actually remove all your abilities, and you have to earn them back by fighting waves of randomized enemy sets. And after every wave of enemies, you get to choose from a series of power-ups that can gradually increase your stats. Each of these upgrades comes with either bonus or negative modifiers as well to the gameplay, so you can take more risks or less risks depending on which upgrades you pick. And again, those upgrades are randomized each level, so you really kind of have to have an understanding of the systems and not quite master them, but have a good grasp if you want to go in and come out on top.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, it was a really packed trailer. There was a lot of information in there. It's a chonky update. So what else have you got for us? Because I feel like there's more on the table there.
Yeah, so by playing in the two modes, you unlock these rewards through these challenges that are connected to these two modes. And in those rewards are things like accessories for Chai and new costumes for Chai 808, and even as well as fan favorite Corsica. We have new modes for the photo mode as well. Things like new filters. We have new poses for the characters. We have stickers that you can place on the photos now. And then there are some extra hidden secrets that we don't want to give away right now, which, as you know from our game, we like to hide in there and we like people to find, which is always fun. And then in conjunction with this release, we're also releasing a separate costume pack, which is a kind of take on what the characters would look like if maybe this game took place in a different time period.
Ooh, a little tease. I like that.
And there's some really fun-looking stuff in there, so.
Well, thank you again so much for coming out all the way from Japan to Showcase Extended, John.
I'm super glad to be here.
That's all we have to share about the new update for Tango Gameworks' Hi-Fi Rush coming soon. Now it's time for us to return to the second era of Tamriel in the Elder Scrolls Online. ZeniMax Online Studios debuted the trailer for their upcoming expansion at Showcase, and today they're here to break that trailer down for us. Let's hear what the team has to say about the Necrom expansion for Elder Scrolls Online.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for watching the Xbox Showcase. I'm Rich Lambert, the creative director on Elder Scrolls Online.
And I'm CJ Greb, I'm the project art director for Elder Scrolls Online.
One of the really interesting things about Elder Scrolls Online is it's different than really any other game out there. It's not your typical level-gated world. Go anywhere, you can explore in any order you want to.
You really can hop in at any moment, play with anybody, can play any part of the game.
And any story.
And of course, I mean, we're on Xbox Game Pass, you know, the biggest open world RPG on Xbox. And if you're at all a fan of Elder Scrolls, you can go places that you maybe have never gone before in an Elder Scrolls game,
and do things that you've never been able to do. There's so many different activities to participate in. You know,
housing.
We've got lore hunting and antiquities, right? There's the dungeons and the trials.
And you can, of course, always revisit lands that you've been to before. We've got Skyrim, Morrowind.
Yeah, and they're different times. You know, we're almost 1,000 years in the past.
Come in by yourself, come in with friends, but don't worry that you're ever not going to have something to do, because there are adventures everywhere you go.
Everywhere.
We had an awesome trailer during the showcase. Necrom, Hermaeus Mora.
Yeah.
What's it all about, Rich?
Hermaeus Mora is this Daedric god of knowledge. He's not good, he's not evil. He is just focused on cataloging the world and collecting everything he possibly can to study. And What you kind of see in the trailer is more a kind of always on guard, always looking over and watching what's kind of going on. And you get to see some nostalgia in there as well from the Dragonborn DLC in Skyrim with the yellow-green skies.
The vast inky sea, the stacks of books.
I'll still never forget the first time you showed us the initial concepts for everything made out of books. I remember looking at that going, oh my God, how are we going to do this? Like, how is this going to run?
We always try to honor the past, right? Because when we go back to areas that people who play Elder Scrolls games have played, they know these lands. We want them to feel like they're coming home, right? But we have the chance to add a little into the mix.
The art team was able to really play with kind of cool, unique monsters.
Yeah, we were given some great places to go for new monsters in the zone. We were looking at making a creature that would kind of freeze you in terror as soon as you saw it, and a creature that has a deeper connection to the overall story of the zone.
We've also got the Tavani Peninsula, kind of the Morrowind vibe.
It's always fun to go back to this part of Tamriel because it's one of the most imaginative and sort of like visually expressive things that has ever been created for an Elder Scrolls world. And then, of course, Necrom City itself.
This ancient city that, is rumored to have been built, even before the Tribunal was even established.
Right.
Being able to play with that and look at that architecture and this ancient city of the dead.
And you guys gave us a new class to do.
The Arcanist draws their powers from Hameas Mora. We really challenged ourselves and the team to make something that didn't feel like anything else that we have built.
Everything we've been talking about sounds amazing, but when do we actually get to play it?
Necrom launches on Xbox June 20th, and we can't wait for everybody to get in there and see this amazing content that we've created.
Thanks, everyone, for watching us during the showcase and watching us today. Lots of exciting stuff coming for ESO in the future. We'll see you in Tamriel.
IBS World News
番組をご覧の皆様、こんにちは。エグゾプライマルディレクターの平岡です。まずはじめに、3月に開催しました第1回オープンベータテストに多くのエグゾファイターの皆様にご参加いただきました。アンケートや SNS を通じてたくさんのフィードバックをいただいております。今後の開発に活用させていただきます。ご協力ありがとうございました。さて、カプコンショーケースはご覧いただけましたでしょうか。その中で発表しましたが、第2回オープンベータテストの開催が決定しました。詳しい日程や情報は公式サイトをご覧ください。それではここからは番組をご覧の皆様に新情報を紹介します。まずはサベージガントレットという新たなモードです。サベージガントレットは内容が毎週切り替わる特別なミッションに5人で挑み、世界中のファイターとクリアタイムを競うというモードになっています。ディノサバイバルとは違い、出現する恐竜やフィールドが遊ぶたびには変化せず、全世界のプレイヤーが同じ内容のミッションに挑みます。今回は恐竜が出現する位置にあらかじめトリプルスレッドを設置しています。出現してきたらこのようにスカイウェーブのグラビトンケージと合わせて起爆、一網打尽にできました。 ミッションは画面上部に表示されている恐竜の討伐なのですが、サベージガントレットでは目標以外の恐竜が出現することが少なくありません。もちろん討伐せずに無視することもできますが、ミッション達成の妨げになる可能性があります。倒すか倒さないかはプレイヤーの作戦次第です。目標を達成したら次のミッションへ。ゲームの流れはディノサバイバルと同じなのですんなり遊べると思います。何やら次のミッションに備えてエグゾスーツを着替えているようですね。なるほど、スナイパーネオ層が離れた位置に多く出現するのでビジラントに着替えたようですね。フレームネオ層も出現するのでフロストロックで動きを止めて集中攻撃のチャンスも作り出せますね。また一列に並んだ恐竜もブレードで足止めしてから倒す作戦のようです。道中では大型恐竜が複数体出現することも。サベージガントレットはエンドコンテンツに相当するモードなので、基本的にはミッションの難易度は高く設定されています。モジュールの強化、組み合わせはもちろん、チームメンバーのスーツ構成などよーく考えて挑んでみてください。サベージガントレットをクリアするとこのようにクリアタイムが表示されます。その後自分のクリアタイムがどの程度だったかランクによる評価がされます。次はバリアントスーツを紹介します。バリアントスーツはデフォルトのエグゾスーツとは異なる性質の武器を装備しており、戦い方が変化したスーツです。デフォルトのデッドアイはアサルトライフルを装備していますが、デッドアイアルファバーストファイヤーはショットガンとバースト射撃を切り替えられるバトルライフルを装備しています。敵との距離に応じて射撃を切り替えながら戦います。他のバリアントスーツも特別にちょっとだけお見せしますね。ゼファーアルファエナジーチャクラン、バラージュアルファロケットホップ、ビジラントアルファマークスマン、ロードブロックアルファフォートレスシールド、村雨アルファフロストブレイブ、クリーガーアルファチャージショットガン、リッチドクターアルファデュアリティビーム、スカイウェーブアルファサンダークラップ、ニンバスアルファダブルバレル。バリアントスーツは発売後のタイトルアップデートで遊べるようになります。エグゾプライマルは発売後も定期的にアップデートを行っていきます。シーズンごとに新たなゲームコンテンツを追加していきますのでご期待ください。本日はありがとうございました。それではウォーゲームでお会いしましょう。レッツマッシブ。
It's great to see the dedication from the team at Capcom and how they're building Exoprimal in partnership with the community. Gaming has the power to immerse us in worlds and perspectives we'd never otherwise experience. We can fight dinosaurs, transport to a dystopian future, explore the universe, and conjure magic. And we get to do this together, no matter where we are on the planet, the language we speak, what we look like, or our physical abilities. That is why it is both an absolute imperative and an incredible opportunity that games represent all of us. That is why we created the IGN Xbox Developer Acceleration Program to help underrepresented creators and stories in the industry shine. We call it DAP. DAP already includes more than 100 emerging developers, and they've launched 30 incredible games like A Space for the Unbound, Validate, and Hoa, and there are many, many more in the works. Let's take a look at these amazing games coming up next from IGN Xbox's Developer Acceleration Program.
a call from my good friend Jörg Newman, the head of Microsoft Flight Simulator. He told me about this once-in-a-lifetime, out-of-this-world opportunity. So I'm here in Budapest, the capital of Hungary. Jörg, he's around here somewhere. Let's go find him. Jörg!
Hey, Paris! It's great to see you.
Yeah, great to see you.
Thanks for coming to Budapest.
Of course. What am I doing here?
I'll tell you on the way. We have a boat to catch.
A boat?
Yep.
We don't have a plane?
Nope. Come on, Paris.
Jörg, what is this place? What kind of aircraft are you storing in here?
Ha, dude, it's much cooler than that. All right, Paris, are you ready for this?
You know I'm ready for this.
All right, let's go. Welcome to the world of Dune.
This is incredible.
Come on, I want you to meet someone. Hey, how's it going?
How are you, man?
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Paris, I would like to introduce Patrice Vermette, Academy Award-winning production designer of Dune.
It is very nice to meet you. I'm a huge fan of Dune. Now, Patrice, can you tell me, what is this place?
Well, this is the warehouse where we actually keep most of the props and the set deck elements that we used on Dune Part 1 and Part 2.
Now, Jörg, how did all this get started?
So it goes back to November 2021. Dune had just hit the movie theaters worldwide, and we got a call from Legendary, and they had the idea that we bring an ornithopter into Microsoft Flight Simulator. And me being a lifelong science fiction reader and fan, a big, huge fan of the Frank Herbert books, how could I say no?
Okay, now it makes sense after seeing the trailer at the Xbox showcase. I understand why you brought me here.
You guys want to take a look? Because we actually do have a couple of ornithopters here if you want to see. You want to take a look?
That would be awesome.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Look at this. It's a one-on-one real-sized ornithopter. That's amazing.
Sure, thank you. Denis likes things to be plausible, so that's why they were built to look military, rugged, and stealth.
Now, here's the most important question. Were they built to fly?
Funny you mentioned, because I've been asked that question on a couple of occasions. No, they don't fly. They are heavy. They're 11 tons.
So, Jörg, you had to get this working in the game. How did you do this in Flight Sim?
Yeah, it was actually interesting. So, in general, ornithopters can fly and do fly. This particular one, given that it weighs 11 tons, that's going to be a little bit harder, specifically because it's not really doing the ornithopter bird flap. It does oscillation of the blades, and we currently don't have the material science to get the thrust and the lift. But on Arrakis, I think this is absolutely possible, and in Flight Sim, we made it work.
Patrice, we're here. Can we go in?
Absolutely. All right, let's do it. Normally we'd go in through the climbing up the landing gear, but this will do.
Yeah, so what's cool about this, Paris, is that all those buttons are actually realistically hooked up to the system. Master engine switch, what you're doing there above those, the red, are basically all the lights.
And as you notice, it's all analog because in the world of Dune, there's no thinking machines. Thinking machines have been illegal for 10,000 years.
Yeah, that was actually fascinating when we implemented it. Because it's a science fiction, we thought, oh, it's glass cockpits, everything's gonna be computerized. Like, none of it is. This is a very practical helicopter, almost like from the 1960s.
So, Jörg, in the first movie, the Thopter was able to do a lot of cool moves and maneuvers. You're going to be able to reproduce that in Flight Sim?
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, the really cool design that you guys came up with is each blade is independently controlled. So each blade has its own lift and thrust. And that means it can go from a really stable hover to a steep dive and back to a glide instantaneously. I would just say thank you that you designed such an awesome and realistic machine, because that's what we do. We bring realistic machines to life. But if you want to see a little bit more about the game design,
Absolutely.
I have something for you.
Absolutely, I'd love to see.
All right, so the setup for this expansion is that you are a Atreides pilot on Arrakis flying an ornithopter. Here is what we built. We basically built this section of Arrakis. Here's the capital city of Arkin. Here's the botanical garden, we have that as well. And the first thing we do is we train you up. The fast takeoff, fast landing, and then the deep dive. And then we take you to some of the extreme locations, like the bow of the cliff, the hole in the rock, the red chasm. You really have to show your pilot skills. And then, towards the end, then there's a secret mission, which I can't talk about today, but that basically wraps up the experience. It's gonna be great.
Super exciting. Hey.
It was great to see you again.
Barris, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me. All right, Jorg, where to next?
Well, I don't know what they eat on Arrakis, but this is Budapest, and I hear they have excellent goulash. I know a place.
Well, let's go.
Liza P. is a thrilling Souls-like that takes the story of Pinocchio, turns it on its head, and sets it against the darkly elegant backdrop of the Belle Epoque era.
Finally, we meet.
You are awakened by a mysterious voice.
Can you hear me?
You must adapt yourself and your weapons to face untold horrors, untangle the unfathomable secrets of the city's elites, and choose whether to confront predicaments with the truth or weave lies to overcome them on the journey to find yourself. You are able to create your own weapon through the combination of these blades and handles. Of the hundreds of possible combinations with different respective appearances, performances, attack motions, and patterns, each and every blade and handle has its distinctive Fable Arts. Fable Arts is a special combat skill that can be casted by consuming Fable slots. Fable slots can be charged again through combat. Select your own special skills to vanquish your enemies. The Legion Arm is a prosthetic on P's left arm. The Legion Arm can exhibit special abilities by consuming the Legion Gauge, providing you an eclectic combat experience. So, puppets are all there are? I highly doubt that. You'll have to face all sorts of monsters, puppets only being one of them. You're not quite done yet. Bone-chilling bosses await you. If a boss seems too intimidating, you might want to get help from a Spectre. In boss matches, you can summon a Spectre that will assist you in battle. With a bit of help, you will be able to defeat bosses with more ease. The P organ is a system that allows you to upgrade your character. Use quartz to optimize P to your liking. Within the P organ, you can select which slots to unlock depending on your preference. There will be times when you will be confronted with choices where you can give comfort to others in sorrow or despair by lying, or you can choose to tell the truth. Carve your own path. Meet Liza P on Xbox One, Xbox Series, and Game Pass, coming to you this September 19th.
At the heart of Hellblade is our ambition to sink you into Senua's world and story. To do this, it's critical that we make it as easy as possible for you to suspend your disbelief. One key method of achieving this is our use of performance capture.
What I want to achieve on stage is to get the best performance and best storytelling from the actors, and then to get that into the game as faithfully as possible. I want to see what I saw on stage in the game. It's time to find out. Why are they watching? It's time to find. When we were shooting the scene from the Xbox showcase, it was quite a somber mood on set, because that was one of our moments in the game where it's just Senua and the Furies, and we have an opportunity to connect with the player one-on-one.
Where are they? Where are you? What do they want? I don't like it. I'm scared. This is too much.
At this point in Senua's journey, she's had her confidence eroded. There's a lot of doubt. And she needs to find within herself a spark of hope, that strength that she has, in order to continue on.
Everything I've done has led me to this place. We've come so far.
While this scene is relatively simple, the scale and complexity of our performance capture has multiplied to meet our creative ambitions on Hellblade II.
We shot the first Hellblade in the boardroom of our old studio. It was very MacGyvered together. In the new studio, we have a custom-built mocap space, which has pretty much everything we could have dreamed of. We've got projectors, so we can recreate sets on the ground if we need to. We've got loads of props that we have available to us at any time, so we can build sets.
I remember coming in to interview and seeing the setup down there, and immediately being impressed by the clear commitment that had been made to underpinning great true-to-life performance with great quality data. So we've got a lot more cameras this time around. They're kind of top of the line at the moment. And in the kind of space that we have downstairs, we have nearly wall-to-wall coverage, which is really impressive. And it's not something that is common. It's certainly a step up from a few cameras set up in a boardroom.
With our setup, we can push even further on our ambition of bringing through as much of our actors' performances as possible into the game, even down to the most nuanced of movements.
So when you've got an optical system like ours set up and calibrated well, you can track performers' movements down to the millimeter. So we can see somebody shuffling their finger along the table or just wiggling them very gently. You can see hesitation and breath. You know, there's no need to push the action and overact. You can just be your character.
I'm here now.
What we want is the best performance possible, the best immersion possible for the player, and that's why we go to these lengths, just to try and get that extra fidelity of performance into the game.
What do you want me to do?
With performance capture being at the heart of our character movement, our props and staging had to facilitate our vision.
I don't want to give any spoilers away, but there is going to be a boat in the game. That boat will have several characters on board. We wanted to be able to capture the motion of a boat across multiple characters simultaneously, and we, for the first time, had the space to be able to construct a proper rig for this. So we had a platform which could be moved in any number of ways to create that kind of pitch and yaw and roll that you would get on the ocean. And we got our actors up onto this boat and captured scene with high waves and a storm, and we got incredible data from it. Really, really amazing. The most important part of my role is to make sure that story gets told, and having these wonderful actors we're working with bring their talents to bear on these characters has been such an amazing experience.
My name's Larry Herb, Xbox's Major Nelson. Welcome to FanFest. I'm excited to be here. Here we go. Let's roll that video. Obrigado.
At FanFest Melbourne, it's playing awesome games and having a great time.
There is so much going on here tonight.
Honestly, I've never felt so good to be part of Xbox in my life. I'm just wandering around, I've been talking to people, and everybody is so excited about what's to come.
We really put a lot of emphasis on empowering creative risk, and then there's so much excitement for what we're going to be able to deliver going into 2024, and even games in 2024 that we haven't talked about yet. So our mission, our strategy is to bring the joy of gaming to everybody, no matter where they want to play, how they want to play. And I just feel, a real responsibility, a real privilege, excitement that we get to be the ones to build those games that are going to be at the center of no matter what we do.
Hi, I'm Sebastian, and I'm the community manager for Lightyear Frontier. Today, I'll be playing with Kelly, Anita, and Carolina to explore the new multiplayer features Lightyear Frontier has to offer. Good morning. Good morning. Today, we should continue building up the base we started yesterday. We'll need more resources, and it'll be faster if we work together to collect them. Can two of you work on that?
Yeah, let's go. Go.
Hey, that purple mech looks great.
Thanks. It's my favorite color.
Dang, the farm looks pretty good with all the grown crops.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm looking forward to making the farm even bigger.
I'm gonna work on making our home look a little bit better, and then I'll come down and help you out.
Great. I'll see you in a bit then.
What do you want to focus on gathering, you think?
I can get wood to start with, and then you can help me get some aluminum.
I'll get some stone also then. That should cover a lot of what we need for crafting and building. Once we've finished, let's head back and help with the buildings.
Resupply to the rescue!
How's it going up there?
I think I've got a good idea of what I want things to look like from up here.
Nice.
Oh, there's so many good choices.
I know, right?
Oof. But I think that looks good.
Can't wait to see it.
There are loads of aluminium here. They're actually pretty strong, so we can do it faster if we both drill.
Let's work together and see what else we can find here. After we bring this back, I'll take a look in some other regions to see what materials they have.
I'm done up here, so I'll come join you.
Oh, my inventory is getting full from this harvest. I think we should build some, silos or crates to store it all.
Yeah, we should probably build a fence around those two as well so we can protect the harvest.
Great idea. Let's get on it.
Here we go. I'll help with the silos next.
Yo, anyone need materials? Because we got a ton of stuff.
Yes, please. Oh my gosh.
Fantastic.
Do you want us to start helping you build?
Yes, please, please, please.
Oh, on it.
What do you think of the layout?
Yeah, it looks great to me.
I'm almost done with the fences here.
Hey, everyone! I was going for more materials and I found some ruins over there.
Really?
Jump in your mechs and come see this.
Oh, wow, what is this? Oh, look at that.
This is so cool.
That door is huge. Wow.
I wonder what's inside, though.
Tomorrow we should totally find a way to open this. Let's head back to the base and see what we can do.
Just follow my instructions.
Giddy giddy go go, let's look alive.
Welcome.
Every year in our showcase, there's one game that kind of pops for me, something I'm very interested in. This year, we got to announce 33 Immortals from Thunder Lotus. And I'm here now with Stefan and Will to walk through a demo of the game, which I've never played before. First time. We have 33 people online, incredibly excited about this. So we're going to jump in?
All right, let's jump in and start playing. 33 Immortals is a co-op action roguelike for 33 players. You play a damned soul who must rebel against God's final judgment. So there are 3 of us here today on stage, 3 upstairs, and 27 people joining us from Montreal in the studio. Hi, everyone.
And we are ready. That's us. Everybody's spawning in.
That's us.
This is 33-player multiplayer.
Yeah.
Not a normal number of characters for a multiplayer game.
Yeah.
How did you come up with 33 players?
We were searching for a significant number where we can all play on the screen.
Yeah.
We stay together on the screen, so 33 felt good. 32 felt good. But as the game is inspired by the Divine Comedy, the medieval poem from Dante Alighieri, written in the 14th century. And this poem has 3 sections: Inferno, Purgatorio, Paradiso. Each section has 33 chapters. And so we say, oh, let's do 33 players.
I love it.
33 Immortals.
Man, I love what you said, Will, that when you guys started this game, there weren't even 33 people at the studio. So you didn't have enough people in the studio to fill out the full roster of the game.
Yeah.
It's just such an awesome point.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge when you're trying to do that.
I love it.
Okay, so no 2 runs are the same. We're actually spawning in a different position, a different situation. We are in the cemetery. If you hold the left trigger, the world map is going to show up. And we can see that we are 33 right now, actually, in Inferno, but we are scattered around the world.
Oh, we're not all in the same place.
Yeah, because we all have to complete torture chambers.
Got it.
To make the game progress.
Okay.
And we are located at the southwest of Inferno.
Yeah.
And so the closest torture chambers is to the east.
Okay.
So let's go there.
Got it.
Okay, let's continue down south towards the first torture chambers. This one, I have a good feeling for it.
The soundtrack, what's going on? The music's kind of cool.
Thank you. This is Max LL, who's actually done the music on all of our games.
And you're in Montreal.
We are in Montreal, yes.
Close to one of our XGS studios in Compulsion.
Yes.
It's also in Showcase.
Yes.
I love the community of game creators in Montreal.
Absolutely. It's always important to be well surrounded and all that. So
we didn't talk about your first game, Spiritfarer.
Yeah.
I thought it was fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah. It was great.
Now, as you can see, this is not Spiritfarer.
No, but like, how do you think about that from a studio standpoint, having such, I mean,
Well,
I would say they're stylized games, but
Yeah,
outside
absolutely.
of that, very different games.
We're not worried about, genre. Our goal is really to just try and make unique, immersive, creative experiences that players love and that they want to play for.
Awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
This guy who's getting out of my comfort zone sometimes.
Okay.
All right.
What do we do?
So we have completed a torture chamber, so we have achieved a first step in
I got left behind. That's what you're saying.
defying God, yeah.
Oh, they're back on us.
Whoa.
Well, we gotta
Okay.
face the wrath of God.
Careful.
Oh
no.
Dash, dash, dash. Dash.
Run away.
Oh, I can't. I have like 0 health. New torture. No, I got to get out of here.
Where are you?
Well, why weren't they in the torture chamber trying to help us?
Okay.
Okay, these range.
God is getting angry.
Yeah.
Whoa.
We're getting hammered right now. Okay.
Come on.
Okay, here's a guy. Can you revive me? Revive me.
Yeah. Just stop moving. That's good. One up.
Yeah, I'm up.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh no. Oh, run. This is the holy fire.
What is this?
Oh, one
holy fire.
One nose.
Now we're in holy fire?
The wrath of God.
Okay, I'm ahead of it.
Okay, so we unlock the Ascension battle. So that's the last battle.
Here, can we
before
get this? Can people jump in my heels?
Yeah. I'm in. Oh.
I tried to do the heal. Don't mind me, the wandering soul.
Save me, please.
I'm like a zombie.
Maybe someone.
Did I mention I'd never played before?
Oh no, I died too. Oh my.
Okay, hopefully the team can carry us.
But we are not alone.
There's a lot of enemies in this small space.
Gonna try to not move.
Okay.
Don't move, and hopefully someone is going to be able to revive you. Okay, good.
Oh, I'm in.
I'm up.
I'm in. Okay.
Back.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is the last step.
I think it's my last.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
We did it?
We did it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we've ascended.
Yeah.
That was first chapter of first book. Is that how I should think about it?
Yeah.
It's the first world, so it's Inferno.
Yeah.
Each region has its whole big set of challenges and everything.
And this is all on the map.
And its final boss fight.
That's what this is. Well, since we've basically come through unscathed so far, this should be easy. You saved us from having to kill the final boss.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a tease.
I like it. Well, best of luck to you and the team and everything that's going on. Can't wait for this game to come out. I won't ask for the date because I know that's unfair. But it was great to have in the show and great for you to come down and we got the opportunity to play. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks for watching Showcase Extended. I love these opportunities to show more about everything that you saw in the showcase itself. Thanks to everybody that supported us and have a great week. Thanks, everybody.
You just caught the Xbox Extended Showcase right here in IGN Summer of Gaming. Welcome to a very special episode of Next Gen Console Watch, our show following all the news and goings-ons with the PlayStation 5 and Xbox series. I'm Jamin Hatfield. I'm joined by Stella Chung, host of IGN's Xbox podcast, Podcast Unlocked. And Matt Kim, host of IGN's The Beautiful People podcast, which may or may not exist. I look forward to learning more about that. If not, then he's just the senior features editor. That's all. Yeah. We just got a bunch of new Xbox gameplay, so let's hear your thoughts. Were there any standouts from the extended showcase for you?
Well, okay, so Lies of P is definitely something that I'm super interested in, and I have been since Gamescom, which, by the way, when people discovered what that game was, the wait time to play that demo, which I believe is available now, was like 2 hours long, so I didn't get a chance to play, but now that it's out, I'm really happy, and it looks gorgeous. I'm a huge Bloodborne fan. I really want Bloodborne 2. Please make it happen. And this is like a really nice way to kind of ease into that hole that we've had in the gaming community. Also, it's made by a Korean developer, so obviously I'm all over that, and it just looks gorgeous. I love this sort of gothic architecture and this world that they've built. So being able to see more gameplay, seeing exactly how boss healths work, and kind of seeing your origins as Pinocchio, right? It's really interesting. So this was definitely one of the standouts for me.
So I haven't played Bloodborne, so tell me, like, how similar does this look and feel?
So it's pretty similar. So we're speaking about the setting. It's definitely that Gothic architecture, which is like a change from Dark Souls, which was very medieval. So seeing this and some of the, being able to change out some of the weapons and the UI is a little bit similar. And then the boss health, of course, with all Souls-like games, you do see the big boss health and, you know, the big fog wall that you walk through. And it does look interesting. It's so weird to see people, like humans that you're fighting, who don't look, you know, diseased by this big, grand, like Elden Ring, like mind controlling thing that's affecting them. So it's really interesting to see this sort of almost steampunk world here.
Matt, is Lies of P something that's on your radar?
Yeah, honestly, it wasn't before the show, but after seeing it a couple times throughout the week, it definitely has jumped to my attention. Like Stella said, I'm also a huge Bloodborne fan, and so I definitely try to do my best to check out like the latest Soulsborne type games that they release. But beyond that, it's just the fact that it's a Soulsborne starring Pinocchio that's like, you just have to check it out. You know, you just can't not be curious by that premise.
I am very curious. I have not seen anything about a nose growth mechanic. I don't know.
Yeah. But there is a line mechanic.
There's a line.
There is a line mechanic somewhere.
We all know what happens when Pinocchio tells a lie. I look forward to seeing more about that. Lies of P is out September 19th. So Stella, you only have a few days to burn through that before Cyberpunk 2077, the Phantom Liberty.
I know, and I'm really excited for that too. I got to do our developer interview, and those guys are great, by the way. They put so much thought into this, and they're like, yeah, we've been grinding so much to try to get this out, and it's really cool. And I did ask the most important question, which is, will Phantom Liberty have noir-esque sequences? And they said yes.
Very cool.
Yeah, which is great because it is sort of a detective. It is a spy thriller, which is really great. And that's so interesting because you're like, there's so much crime that happens in Cyberpunk. Like, there has to be something, right? And there is a new place that opens up, completely new, called Dogtown. It is adjacent to Night City. So it's going to be its own place and lots of new things to discover there. And they did tell us that we're going to get new weapon modifications on cars. So you can ride your motorcycle and you can slash cars that you drive by, which is going to be so cool. Yeah. And you can also get, I can't remember his name, but from the Cyberpunk anime, you know, remember that guy who had the like rockets that came out of his arm? Yes. You get that ability and others, and it's going to be so cool. They did a complete overhaul on so many things, so many new abilities, weapons, and you can now jump and dash and do all these cool new movements. So it's really cool.
Do you know how standalone it is? Do you have to enter Dogtown through Night City somewhere? Or can you just jump into this from the title screen?
I think you have to go to that, because you have to unlock a lot of fast travel locations, right? So I'm pretty sure you have to travel there first. But it is, you can go there seamlessly is what they said. There's no loading screen or anything. You can just drive right in and stuff like that. So.
And then we know, of course, Keanu Reeves is returning. Yes. And also he's joined by Idris Elba this time.
Yes.
Did you get a sense of like how significant Idris's character is?
Yes. So I did ask, hey, so you chose Idris Elba to be in here as Solomon, and he's going to have a huge part in the story. So he's going to be extremely integral, and apparently he's kind of like the main character. We're going to see a lot of him. So it's not just like he comes in and be like, here's your mission or whatever. He actually is there, and you're going to be working with him, and it's going to be a big thing with him, and he's going to be very important to the story that takes place with the DLC. Or I'm sorry, expansion.
Expansion, yes. Sure. Matt, did you play Cyberpunk?
I did play Cyberpunk.
Yeah. Fan?
I liked it. You once you get your teeth into it and you realize that this is a very solid and compelling, single player action game, really. But I am also really excited for the expansion. I hear a lot of the systems have been revamped, a lot of the power, new powers, as Stella said. Then this new area is apparently, not just a small little side area, but like a whole new part of the map. So I'm really excited to see what this has.
Yeah, I loved Cyberpunk, and I'm looking forward to revisiting it. But I wonder if it's coming at a difficult time. It's because it's going to be sandwiched in between Starfield and Mortal Kombat 1, and then October there's Spider-Man 2 and Alan Wake 2 and even more games. I don't know. Do you think maybe they should have tried to pick a time that was less crowded, Stella?
I don't know. I feel like a lot of those players probably weren't. People who play Cyberpunk, maybe they weren't already going to be playing those games anyways, because maybe they wanted to continue the story in Night City, because a lot of people have been coming back to Cyberpunk, especially after the anime. So I don't know. I know that our own Miranda, she is in the chat and she said she might drop Diablo to play some Cyberpunk. And I'm like, you know what? I might be there with you.
Yeah. Okay, we got another look at Avowed. They sort of broke down the trailer that Xbox showed at their showcase the other day. And we talked about a little bit of this on the pre-show, Matt. We know it's like, it takes place in the Pillars of Eternity world, but you don't need to have played either of the Pillars of Eternity games to jump into Avowed. But we also talked about how there was kind of a mixed reaction to Avowed when they showed it off. It looked awesome to a lot of us. Maybe some people weren't crazy about the art style or something, or I don't know. So do you think the follow-up presentation today will change anyone's mind?
It didn't move me, I'll say. It didn't move me personally. I am still sort of in the same place that I was when we were in the pre-show talking about it, right? Like the art style, it might honestly just be its like core foundational things, right? The art style's a little too bright for me. It feels like a true to the genre take on fantasy rather than a subversion of it, as I was kind of hoping for. And so in both of those cases, I think I am unmoved, and I feel like maybe people are with me still. But I do hope that as we see more, and like I have faith in Obsidian, like I love Obsidian games, and that's I think the big trump card that they have in their back pocket is, hey, we make great games. We make games about fighting giant insects, and they're awesome. So.
Yeah, I can't say that I've seen anything from Avowed that I'm like, wow, that looks amazing. However, I like Obsidian games, and they have a great pedigree. So I'm interested from that aspect. How about you, Stella?
Yeah, I'm about the same. I think once I got over the shock of the difference between the cinematic trailer and the actual gameplay, I think that I came around to the fact that Obsidian has really good stories. Kat and I actually had a really good discussion on this about how Avowed may not look like what we wanted it to look like, but it probably still has a great narrative. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm probably going to play for that, even if the art style isn't quite what I thought it was going to be. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a great story, and I mean, the magic effects look pretty cool, so.
Yeah, they do. And we know that one's coming sometime next year. Don't have an exact date for it yet. But Stella, tell us about the First Descendant.
Oh, First Descendant, yeah. So crossplay beta is coming out August 22nd to the 28th, which they already had a previous beta, but this is crossplay now. And these are Korean developers again. Matt and I are very happy. The movement actually looks really good. So it is a free third-person cooperative action RPG shooter featuring high-quality graphics, which was really cool because it looks like what I wanted from like Destiny and, well, okay, Division doesn't really count because it's not like super sci-fi.
Right.
But yeah, this is like everything I wanted in a sci-fi FPS game. And it's a 4-player co-op, and you can have boss fights, you can have raids, and it looks really interesting because I know a lot of my friends have been getting back into Destiny 2, but that just hasn't been hitting for me. And this looks like a great mix of that, and honestly, the movement kind of reminds me of Warframe. So I'm really interested in how this is going to play, and I'm definitely going to be participating in that beta. But yeah, I've been wanting a new sort of just game that I can come back to. I play a lot of Apex, but that's not quite the same as like, grinding a raid or doing something like that. So for me, that immediately caught my interest, probably right below Liza P, honestly.
Interesting. Matt, do you play these types of games? Free-to-play cooperative shooters?
I am not on that same level as Stella. I've played Apex in the past. I've played, I check them out because they're free. And my job is to cover video games, and so I want to be on top of the latest trends and things like that, right? And I actually, Korean studios have done a really good job of putting their own spin on the free-to-play genre, to make things more compelling than just the standard like battle pass and loot and things like that. What was that game? That Diablo-like game that came out from Pearl Abyss last year? Oh my God, I'm blanking on the name.
Yeah.
But that one was but that one was huge. That was a huge hit, and I got like up there, and I almost dropped $20.
Interesting. Well, speaking of cooperative shooters, we got another look at Exoprimal. Feels like it's maybe the third or fourth time we've seen it this week.
Yeah.
Capcom's really trying to hit that one home. I know it's coming out soon, next month, I believe. I don't know. It's like for a game about dinosaurs that spill out of portals and then you can punch the dinosaurs in the face, it doesn't seem like it's as exciting as it should be. How are you feeling about this one?
It's one of the games of all time.
It is a game that's coming out.
Yeah, I feel indifferent. I feel nothing about this. Usually I'm like, oh, if the gunplay's cool, I'll play it, but nothing about it is pulling me, and I feel really bad. They seem very excited about this game, but I am not.
Yeah, they have. I think they have a bit of an uphill battle getting people excited for this one, even though they announced the Street Fighter character crossover from Summer Game Fest. I don't know, Matt, you gonna run up and punch Triceratops in the mouth?
Yeah, no, they got me. It's one of those things where if you just keep showing it to me over and over again, I'm just like, well, all right, I guess I have to now. No, I am actually more excited for this game than I was before Summer of Gaming, which I guess means it was a success in terms of in terms of how much
the system works.
Yeah, the system works exactly.
Well, that one's out next month. Matt, were there any sort of highlights for you? What was your Lies of P, or was it Lies of P?
It was not Lies. It was Hi-Fi Rush.
Oh yeah, new content coming for that. Yeah,
new content. I'm very excited for it. That was a real pleasant surprise when its surprise dropped earlier this year. The two bonus new arcadey modes, especially the roguelike mode that they announced. I'm really excited for those. I have been meaning to beat this game for a while. It was one of those things where it came out, caught everybody off guard. I played it that night. I had a great time, kept playing, and then work just got in the way, and then I just sort of left it, right? But I can't wait to go back.
Yeah, I still need to get to this one. It's on my my two playlist for the year for sure. But yeah, they're adding 2 new modes: BPM Rush, Power Up, Tower Up, and then a bunch of new items and enemies and weapons.
Yeah.
Did you ever get to play Hi-Fi Rush, Stella?
I did not, but my partner did and absolutely loved it. And he was like, wait, are there more modes, or is it just like clothing? And I'm like, no, there are new modes. So yeah.
And they ended on gameplay of 33 Immortals, which is a co-op action roguelike for 33 players. They call it a lean and mean distillation of the MMO raid experience. And what's interesting is that it's actually from the Spiritfarer team.
Yes.
So they've completely jumped to a different type of game.
Yeah.
To Spiritfarer.
Whole new genre. Spiritfarer was a very melancholy, peaceful, narrative-driven game about the afterlife, and this is almost a little bit of the afterlife, about getting demons to the afterlife in a way.
I think it's maybe a prequel to Spiritfarer there in that case. Okay, we need to take a quick break, but there's more to unpack after that. More next-gen console watch coming up right here on IGN Summer of Gaming.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're going to be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. Let's sort of wrap up some of the games that have been missing. Xbox has had 2 showcases over the past couple days. I think there's some notable games that failed to make an appearance. Then we can also sort of talk about the state of Xbox now that we're on the other side of their big showcases. So, actually, Stella, I think there's one that you wanted to point out. Arc 2, is this one that you've been looking for?
Yeah, I've been very curious about this because it's supposed to be extremely different from the original survival game. And they actually did bring Arc 1 over to their new servers, which is going to be the same servers that they have Arc 2 on. And there was a whole controversy about that because they removed the original game and they had players have to move over. Yes, so they do have unofficial server support, but of course it's not the same. And it's interesting because Arc 2's original release date or release window was supposed to be this year, and we haven't seen anything. But we did see the server movement and Arc 1 being remastered. So it is a little interesting to see them not say anything. So I was a little surprised to not see them here.
Now, forgive me, is this the Vin Diesel game?
Yes, it is the Vin Diesel game.
And were you a fan of the first Arc?
I played it for a little bit, like way back when it was still in beta, and it was one of those like you can buy it and you could play it in early access, and then I didn't play after full release because it's one of those things where I keep saying this, these games that come out in early access and in beta that kind of continuously seem to live in that state once they're fully released, a lot of people are like, well, I've already experienced it, why do I need to go back, So that was kind of the loop that I got stuck in, so I didn't play Arc 2 for a while, but I know they added a lot of different expansions and it's really made itself come back up from the top.
So is there currently a release window for Arc 2, or is it we just completely up in the air?
So, yeah.
All right, Matt, in the first Xbox showcase, Rare showed that they've been working on a new tie-in for Sea of Thieves. They're tying into The Secret of Monkey Island, which seems to that makes perfect sense. That seems really funny. We also know Rare has been working on this game Everwild, which I don't even know if I really remember what that game is. Do you?
Yeah, it's like a fantasy, like a hunting kind of looking game. I think they teased it with a mysterious figure with a bow and arrow and beautiful looking mythical animals.
Which we're
seeing right now. But yeah, it just sort of fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah. Do you consider yourself a fan of Rare games? I guess you have to think of the old Rare and then the modern day Rare.
Yeah, I mean, you think of the past Rare games, but they don't make those anymore, clearly. But I like Sea of Thieves a lot from when I played it. And I feel like maybe it's one of those things where their success is just keeping them from talking about this one too much. Like Sea of Thieves is it's going really strong, and there's tons of great expansions, especially the Monkey Island one, which I think is going to be great. It could just be that a lot of folks are just really into Sea of Thieves right now, and Rare is just giving the people what they want.
We knew a lot of people were into Sea of Thieves. Okay, we talked a little bit about on the pre-show. Perfect Dark continues to be missing from Xbox, and that's the game that I'm very, very excited for. I'm a big fan of the original, but I don't want to harp too much on that again. But there's also this game Contraband. Do you remember this one? This is from Avalanche Studios, the Just Cause team, which I think it was a couple years ago now. We just got sort of like a panning shot of a cluttered room with some gear and maybe some weapons in there, and then just a logo, I think.
Yeah, which
is all we got from
the same thing as Indiana Jones, which was
That's
also missing. So those are the two that we got sneak peeks at that people were very interested in, but didn't get anything. So.
Is this Contraband that we're seeing here? I don't
think I think this is the wrong Contraband. This one's that's currently in early access. It's different. You actually it's actually really fun, but it's not the one.
There's Contraband in it.
There is Contraband.
Yes, you confiscate Contraband from people.
That was funny. I like the Just Cause games. Have you played any of those?
I have not, but I've watched all the silly things that you can do in it, and I'm just like, I feel like this is a little too sandboxy for me, but I love seeing what people can do with it.
Yeah. How about you? Any of the Just Cause games?
I played Just Cause 3 when that came out, and again, it's like a proto Tears of the Kingdom in terms of just the ridiculous stuff that people were doing. I also played the Mad Max game that they did, which I actually
That's right.
Yeah,
I forgot
really
they did that
fun.
one. That was really good.
It was really cool. But yeah, in terms of Contraband, actually Stella nailed it. It's literally the same sort of teaser they did for Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
So.
So speaking of, That's another game we have to see, and it's interesting because there's a new Indiana Jones movie just about to be released. You thought maybe that would be a good time to remind everyone about that?
Maybe they will after the movie releases, just to keep the hype going. But I feel like now would have been a great time, right, leading up to the movie's release. I mean, it's not too early. Come on, show us a little bit,
Well, yeah, because it's from Machine Games, the Wolfenstein crew. So, man, you have to imagine it's not going to play like that. It's not going to be a Wolfenstein-like. It's going to be, I would think, an adventure game. We were discussing this a little bit on the pre-show, Stella. What do you think they're going to do with the likeness and the voice of Indiana Jones? Do something just like a sound-alike, or
I don't know.
Do their own version, like do a James Bond thing, where this is our Indiana Jones?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, they could. That would be really interesting if they did their own, like, instead of the cinematic universe of James Bond, they did a gaming version, which, like, they totally did with Marvel, right? Or Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's right.
They totally did that, and it worked out just fine.
Yeah.
So I think that may be something that they go through, but I know Harrison Ford kind of likes his character. Like, he actually likes Indiana Jones, unlike his Star Wars roles, right? So maybe he'll come back.
Well, speaking of that James Bond game, that's another thing that's been missing from IO Interactive, the Hitman Group.
Yes.
We know they're working on this James Bond game.
They announced a James Bond game sometime in the last 2 years. I'm a Hitman 3 fan. I love that game. I can't wait for their take on James Bond. It probably won't be assassin-based like Hitman will be, but
you could say he does some assassin.
That is true. Yeah, but I think what I'm expecting is gadgets, really cool gadgets, like the classic 1960s, 1970s style gadgets, and not the modern day James Bond movies, which are bereft of gadgets. Yeah. So,
well, it's interesting. It's been a long sort of a dry spell for James Bond games, where we used to get one every year, at least for like the longest time. Are you a fan? Would you say you're a fan of the James Bond license in general?
I'm a casual fan. I think the last movie really kind of drove the series for me. I was like, oh, this is beautiful. I'm like, yeah, that's right. The Bond films were kind of like this cinematic masterpiece when they first came out, and I was like, these are good movies.
What do you think about the whole sort of debate that's going on between, Todd Howard confirmed that Starfield will be 30 frames per second. Locked at 30 frames per second.
So I'm going to contradict my boss here, who is very loud on social media saying that it's fine. I don't think it is.
Not fine.
No, I don't appreciate that. I understand that there are certain limitations, but one of our producers, Joe Bird, and I, we do talk about this quite a bit, about how we feel like this generation of consoles, developers weren't ready for it, because a lot of times games have been releasing at 30 FPS, performance mode sometimes doesn't even work, and it's one of those things of, yes, while we played Zelda Tears of the Kingdom at 30 FPS on an older, like 7-year-old console, and yeah, we still enjoyed that, we still got $70 worth of it, I think there's something to be said about the fact that this was supposed to be the latest next-gen sort of top-of-the-line graphics monster, and we're getting things at 30 FPS, which, yes, 30 FPS, we see films at that, we see shows at that, it's fine, but when you tout so many graphical achievements with the new consoles that you've built, especially with the hardware that we now have, and especially when you made the consoles so hard to buy at the beginning because we went through a pandemic, and obviously they didn't control that, but with all the chip shortages, you're just like, oh, this is really strong hardware. I should be able to get the most power out of this. And we get 30 FPS, and I don't think that's okay. I don't like it.
Well, I know it's a really big topic right now. Maybe in a few minutes we'll get a chance to dive into that a little bit deeper. But coming up next, a top-down action roguelike that can be played co-op with 32 of your closest friends. Here's 33 Immortals.
What are your first impressions?
I have to say, during the showcase, I thought, okay, that looks cool. The art style's nice. I mean, I'm playing Diablo right now, so it's not a roguelite. It's a little not quite apples to apples.
Scratch that itch a little bit.
But I've seen a million roguelites, so I was kind of like, yeah, that looks fine. But actually sitting down to play 33 Immortals, I was really impressed. They do some smart things with the design to encourage you to stay together, because this is a co-op game. There's no co-opetition or anything like that. It is, you need to work together to take down the bosses and the waves of enemies as they get more and more insane. We had 6 of us, so we were playing 6 Immortals. I can only imagine, 33 would be over 5 times the number of players that we just had in there. But even with 6, you've got either a melee attack. I had a bow and arrow, but what was unique about it?
I had the sword.
You had the sword. Yeah, so you have 3 arrows in your quiver. You fire them off. You're aiming. It's a top-down view. You kind of aim with the left stick, and then you're out. But you recall them to you with the Y button. But they'll do damage on the way back. So if you play your cards right, you can get double the damage out of each shot. So that was cool. And then there are co-op attacks that you can do, either when the going gets tough or you're in a boss fight, where there's co-op healing, where if 3 of you all stand kind of in a triangular formation, there's icons on the screen, you'll all get healed. And then there's another one that I had as the archer, as the one with the bow, where if all 3 of you stand in that triangular formation, it'll just unleash this volley of arrows, like just pouring up the screen. So I was really impressed by it. How about you?
So I had the sword character. I don't think there was any sort of power-up moves available to me, but what I was able to do was just hit with lights and then combo really quickly and use up my mana, or whatever it is, to just really slam enemies and break their defenses, and then make them vulnerable for the whole team. So when you start working with those synergies of the different type of characters that you can utilize, you're able to do some really devastating things. There were a few bosses where we just obliterated them.
Oh, yeah.
Once we all did our attacks like timed well.
Yeah. The art style's really nice. Like it's not cell shaded. It's not quite comic book. It's kind of adjacent to that maybe, but it's got a really unique, cool look to it. A lot of good color in the color palette. After playing a 6-player version of it, I now really want to play a 33-player version of it. Now we did ask at the end. It is 1 person per machine, whether it's PC or Xbox, because I thought, well, maybe you could get 4 people on one console and kind of build your party that way. But no, it's 1 person per machine, which I guess makes sense because you don't necessarily want 4 people kind of having to be stuck on one screen, and having to be restrained by the other 3 in that group. But this is one of the more unique multiplayer games I've played in a while. How about you?
Yeah, it was really fun, and I like the fact that there are a large number of players to play with, and I think that's going to get really interesting once the full roster is filled out. I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought. I haven't been able to play Diablo in a few days, so it scratched that itch, like I said, sort of at the beginning, and I had a good time playing with other people and communicating. Okay, here's what we want to do. Let's get these group attacks up. Be sure you heal up. We had somebody sort of directing us, but not playing for us, and I like sessions like that.
Yeah, and Game Pass as well with this, which should help ensure that you've always got 32 other players to jump in with at all times.
Absolutely, yeah. Any final thoughts on it?
Just that this might be my most pleasant surprise of the week. There's one of those at every E3 or summer showcase, whatever we're calling it at the moment. But there's always something that jumps out at you, and this is on the short list for me. Again, it looked nice in the showcase. Really impressed me with the hands-on.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Ryan. For more on all things gaming, you're already in the right place. IGN.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. No, it was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious? Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. It is We've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may.
I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. While we wait for the long-delayed remake of the 3D Prince of Persia, we're getting a brand new 2D Prince of Persia to hold us over. Let's check out a deep dive on the Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, and the young fresh fellow conducting this interview. I think he's one to watch, has a bright future ahead of him here at IGN. Take a look. One of the pleasant surprises of Summer Game Fest was Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. Here to tell us all about it is game director Munir Radi. Welcome to IGN.
Thank you. I'm so pleased to be with you today to talk a bit more about Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Yes. Going back to the series, 2D roots with 3D visuals, and this time around it's a Metroidvania, so the first for the series. So how did you land on that idea?
It was 2014, and we were still discussing with former guys from Ubisoft Montpellier, and we wanted to bring something super fresh and super new, because you know how much Ubisoft Montpellier is fond of platforming games, and we wanted to bring back this super franchise with our expertise on platformers.
This time around, we're not playing as the prince himself, right? New character.
No.
Who do we play as?
We are playing as Sargon, which is a young, ruthless Persian warrior who is part of an elite troop of 7 elite warriors named the Immortals. So you, as an immortal, you have to be part of a rescuing mission because the Prince Hassan has been abducted and taken to a hostile and cursed land, Mount Kaf. So you are sent on a rescue mission by the Queen Tomeris to save him.
And as we're seeing in some of the footage here, this is a mythological world with some inhuman monster enemies in there as well, right?
A lot of our players know the Persia from the 9th century, but Persia is even more than this. So we took a lot of inspiration from the ancient and more mythological Persia, and it was super cool because it's a folklore that is not that much known by our players and by people, with a lot of spectacular creatures, a lot of super cool things to tell and new for people.
Now you mentioned Mount Kaf.
Yes.
What is this place?
Mount Kaf is a place, legendary place, so it's a reference place. It's the home of the Simorgh, which is a god that has lived 3 times the end of the world. It's not me with inventing this. And the Simorgh is a mythological creature that is referenced in the Persian folklore. So we took a lot of inspiration from this god, which is a god of time and the god of knowledge, to tell this new epic story.
Speaking of time, there are still time powers in the game, right?
Yes, because as you may know, time has always been something super important in the Prince of Persia series. So imagine that this time we will play a new character that is not the prince. Imagine that this time the time powers that you may know from I'm talking about the Rewind and other time powers like this that you may know from the the Sons of Time series. They are back, but this time they will be in the hand of the main antagonist. So starting from there, it was super interesting to design new powers. More because we are talking about a Metroidvania, and in a Metroidvania it's a lot about exploration and mastering the space. We tried to bring new powers that dig the space concept, space versus time. It will be something super important in this game.
And the game has something called time-corrupted enemies?
Yes, because the game is full of, reference from the other games, past games. You will see a lot of cameos from the Sands of Time trilogy, but also from the 2D games, the first ones. I don't want to spoil anything, but yes, the enemies and the Mancaf are under the influence of, a specific corruption, and you have to play the game to understand what is the source of this corruption.
Well, so from the footage, we can see a mix of, traversal, combat, puzzle solving. Is there a loot system? Are you finding new items, gear?
No, because we wanted to, to make the exploration super central. So it was super important that the players feel lost. We didn't want to, our players to deal with an interface like a skill tree or abilities tree. It was super important that they try to master the world by exploring it.
But there are shopkeepers, right? I think
yes.
Equip amulets?
Yes.
How does all that work?
Exactly. You have shopkeepers and a lot of other characters that could help you for side quests. And you will have the opportunity to beat your enemies, to have time crystals, which is the main currency, to buy specific items and to upgrade your weapons.
You said there's a variety of biomes. Can you give us sort of a preview of the different areas we'll find?
Yes, I don't want to spoil a lot of these areas, but there was something super fun for us, because when you have to work on such a series and when you dig Persia, there's a lot of areas that should be known because Persia is super vast, and we are talking about the Hyrcanian forest, the Raging Sea, other places that have never been uncharted in this fantasy. So it was super interesting to build, a logic world that feels like a 3D world, and we spent a lot of effort to make it super, immersive and super credible.
Very cool. I think one of the very cool little details about it is that you feel like you're going to be able to hit 60 frames per second on all platforms.
Yes, and first and foremost on Switch, because it was our main platform from the start. So yes, and it's a big achievement for us, for sure.
Very cool. I'm super excited. I like Prince of Persia and I like Metroidvania games, so I'm looking forward to seeing more. Thank you so much for coming by IGN.
Thank you, people. And I'm super excited to the idea that you put your hand on this game.
Well, we can't wait to see more. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown's reign begins on January 18th next year. Until then, stay tuned, IGN. That was Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, a pleasant surprise reveal during Summer Game Fest. Up next, a game we've been hearing rumblings about for a while, but which is still great news for a lot of fans. Here's a look at Persona 3 Reload.
Burn my dread yet again. Now that's exactly what the Atlus team is doing with the remake of the iconic PS2 RPG, Persona 3. And here to tell us all about what we can expect from Persona 3 Reload is Ryota Nitsuma and Kazuhisa Wada. Welcome. What was it about Persona 3 that led you all to choose it for a remake over its predecessors?
We believe that Persona 3 was the game that marked the actual turning point in the Persona franchise. It's a very important title for Atlus, as well as for the development team who were involved in the original version of the game. That's why we wanted to keep the appeal of Persona 3 to many more fans around the world as a modern gaming experience. We wanted more people to know Persona as a series, not only just know Persona 5.
And how long have you all been working on the remake?
We started the research and development around 2019, and we started the actual development in late 2019.
What new content can fans expect from Persona 3 Reload, and how much content from P3 Fez and Persona 3 Portable will carry over to the remake?
We can't really go into details at this point, but we have remade basically everything from scratch as per the original version of Persona 3. So we have newly recorded voices, we have new scenes in the events, and we also have both new and arranged music, and we'll be kind of releasing that information following everything. So we're asking to please look forward to that.
My next question, though, as for the combat system, will there be any quality of life improvements made similar to what's found in Persona 4 and 5? And like, what can you tell us about the combat system as a whole?
The basic concept of recreating the Persona 3 story was that we wanted to keep everything from the original version, but update everything to the modern day. So at the same level as Persona 5, basically. So, we have the newest graphics, we've updated the systems to the newest usabilities to make the customizations that we need, and this isn't just about the combat system, we have the voice lines in Japanese and in English. We also have the text available in 13 languages, so you should be able to have a similar experience to that of Persona 5.
Well, I'll tell you right now, fans of the Persona series have been devoted to the franchise for many years now. I have to ask you both, is there a message you want to share with them regarding Persona 3 Reload or in general?
The remake of Persona 3, not speaking just of development, but starting the project, planning, and everything, that was not an easy thing for us to do. So we're really happy to be able to announce the game like this, and all of the staff have been really devoted to this project, and we're proud of it as a Persona team, so please be excited about this. And one more thing, we're so happy to be able to share this hype with everyone globally. So thank you so much, and please look forward to more information in the future. Again, we are so happy that we can finally announce this. We've been creating Persona 3 Reload with much love and respect to the original game, and of course some things have changed and some things haven't. So we think this has become a title that you'll enjoy. Of course, the fans who love the Persona franchise will love this, as well as people who have never played Persona. We think that this is a game that can be enjoyed by many players. So we'll be following up with more information soon. Thank you so much.
Yes, we'll definitely be looking forward to more information. Nitsuma-san, Wada-san, I want to thank you both so much for sharing with us a bit more about Persona 3 Reload. Thank you so much. And as more gets revealed on the remake, you can count on IGN to keep you informed. Stay with us. IGN Summer of Gaming continues.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This?
This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways. ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
And we're back. This is Next Gen Console Watch right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. We've been running down all the big stuff that was shown off this year across the many different showcases. But is there anything we didn't cover yet? Still, I want to know what's your if this were E3, what would you be voting for game of the show?
Overall, like from all the showcases that we've seen.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know. That's tough. Yeah. Oh my God, I wasn't prepared for this. You know what? I think Spider-Man 2.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The PlayStation exclusive.
Yeah, because, and here's the thing, even though I know I'm on an Xbox podcast, which I'm going to get a lot of flack for, I'm still very much a gamer who is like, get your console, whatever console you want, you have the most friends on that you want to play most of the games on. So, and I loved Spider-Man, the first one, and Miles Morales, and I was so excited for the next iteration, and Spider-Man 2 looks great. The combat looks amazing, and I'm so excited to see what exactly we explore with Peter and the symbiote, their relationship, how that's going to twist him. So I'm really excited about that. So yeah, this is probably something that I'm really excited for, but also Star Wars Outlaws. Like, oh my God, that looks so interesting.
Yes. Yeah, we'll talk about Star Wars Outlaws in just a second, but you know, Spider-Man 2, we finally got the release date. That's coming October 20th. And then of course, Starfield is the month before, September 6th. Matt, you were singing the praises of Starfield in our pre-show. Are you also excited for Spider-Man 2?
I am also excited for Spider-Man 2. There's room enough in my heart for both,
I get
you know? And it's one of those things where like Stella, Spider-Man 1's great, Miles Morales also great. I can't imagine, like, Spider-Man 2 I'm sure has a ton of secrets in store for us, but it's one of those things where I think the game worked for me because of the way it remixed what we know about Spider-Man, you know? And so I feel like I know what to expect from the combat and the traversal, and I think it's all going to be as great as it was before, but I'm really curious how they tackle Venom, how they tackle Kraven the Hunter. Those are the things that I want to see.
Yeah. Spider-Man 2 is looking very, very good. Stella, we seem to all be in agreement in the pre-show that Xbox had the best show this year, you know, compared to Sony had their showcase a couple weeks ago, and then there's also Summer Game Fest. It all seemed to be that Xbox had the most solid lineup. Are you in agreement?
Yeah, especially after the show that Capcom had yesterday, which I guess we don't talk about. But yeah, no, I think Xbox showed a lot of in-depth gameplay, especially with the extended, and that's something that I really look for in showcases now, because we're in this time where I'm just like, I just want to know what the gameplay's like. I really want to know if I'm going to invest my time in it, because, you know, I do a lot of stuff, like I have, you know, we work full time, and we also, you know, have other extracurricular activities we like to do, so it's like, my time is valuable, let me know what games I'm going to be investing in so I can slot my time accordingly, and seeing actual gameplay is really important to me. So Xbox having an extended showcase where they actually do kind of deep dive into what gameplay is going to look like for certain games, that helps a lot. So for me, that is a plus.
This was obviously a very important week for Xbox. They kicked off their show with new Fable, you know, something that people have been waiting for a very long time. But like, they really needed to get out there and prove that they're still a place where people can feel good about being an Xbox gamer, because this is coming after years, a long drought of no big AAA exclusives. Redfall was kind of a disaster at launch.
Yeah.
There's news of, you know, the hardware sales are down year over year, so they really, it was kind of on them to prove that there's, you know, Xbox owners should feel good about owning their console, and there are big games coming in the not too distant future. So Stella, as someone who's on a weekly Xbox podcast, do you think they managed to do that?
I think so. I mean, I know Ryan was very happy, at least specifically about Fable and Starfield, which was interesting because Starfield, which we had not really talked about on this panel yet, but I kept saying, because for me, it wasn't hitting. Something about, so it didn't really hit until I saw space gameplay for Starfield. So when you're actually flying around in space doing, you know, like dogfights basically, and when you can board and like dock on the ships and take over and basically be a space pirate, I was like, wait a minute, that's something I'm interested in.
Yeah.
But for me, what Starfield needed to do was show dialogue options, you know, the romance options, because for me, that's a lot of what the Fallout games were. I loved the fact that you could connect with so many different characters, you could really create this own story, and Starfield is touting to be this big thing where you could literally do anything. You could ignore the main quest, you can do whatever, explore space, you know, just if you want to, you could play it like No Man's Sky, just mine for materials and stuff and build bases. And I'm like, okay, that's great, but well, I want to know about the story. I'm such a story-driven player, which is interesting because I play a lot of like Apex and Call of Duty and stuff like that. But for me, I'm just like, if I'm going to get into a game that's this open world, I need a solid story. And so far, I'm not convinced.
Sure.
But yeah, being able to be a space pirate, that is cool. So it's weighing heavily.
Matt, what do you think? Do you think Xbox was able to sort of change the narrative and course correct? Improve the dialogue about Xbox these days?
Absolutely. I think Xbox did a great job of showing that their main game for this year will likely deliver, or at the very least that they believe in it so heavily that they'll show 45 minutes of it. And I think they also laid out a pretty good roadmap for the future. Fable, as you said. Avowed is also, I know I've been a little lukewarm on it, but at the very least it's on the horizon. But yeah, I think they set themselves up for success.
Now, Stella, you mentioned Star Wars Outlaws.
Yes.
It's also very, very exciting for both Matt and I. But what is it that sort of grabbed you about that?
Oh, just the fact that so I'm currently playing through Jedi Survivor and it's going very slowly because I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, which was a mistake. But Star Wars Outlaws looks really interesting to me because I really liked the fact that the main character doesn't wield a lightsaber, and that it kind of seems like she's just a citizen of this universe that we are getting to learn. And I'm just like, well, I want to know about, I think that's why I really need to watch this. What was that one show that came out? You really liked it.
Andor,
yes. I was like, I want more stories like that. Give me someone who's an outcast or someone who's just struggling to, live through this giant universe that we have in this galaxy. And I'm like, this is a unique, interesting story that also expands on this universe that I'm extremely curious about. The lore is so cool. So I'm very drawn in by the story and also the cute little axolotl space guy, Nix. Yes.
That guy's great.
Yeah.
Gameplay-wise, we were kind of wondering if this is just going to be very similar to Star Wars Jedi, just without lightsaber and force powers.
Yes, I kind of I love the idea of not being anyone special, right? Like, we all have main character syndrome with like video games where, Calcast is like, oh, you survived and blah, blah, blah. But I'm just like, give me someone who's normal. Give me someone I can like kind of relate to, right? Because if I were to live in this world, I'm probably not going to be a Jedi or a Sith. I'm probably going to be someone, smuggling in like coffee to aliens, So I feel like I'm able to connect more with this character.
Yeah.
So.
Matt, did you play Star Wars Jedi Survivor?
I did. Yeah, I'm with Stella. I'm excited to play as a normal character. Although with the trend of the way the Star Wars universe has been going, I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't some secret Jedis in Outlaws.
Well,
yeah, maybe.
Could we go an entire Star Wars game without seeing any lightsaber?
Smart money says no.
Probably not. But I'm super excited for this game. I think this is probably my most anticipated game of 2024 now. As the time ticks down, our time here with you today on Summer of Gaming, we have a poll for you to vote on for when this breakout goes live on IGN. We want to know, now the dust is settled on all these events, what 2023 game are you most looking forward to? Is it Alan Wake 2, Mortal Kombat 1, Spider-Man 2, Starfield, Avatar, or Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty? Make sure to vote at IGN.com. We'll share the results with you next episode. And as the clock ticks down, let's sort of get some final thoughts on some of these games. Stella, were you able to check out the Alan Wake 2 presentation?
I did, but I'm not into horror games. So for me, I'm just like, I'll watch someone play it. I'll watch our full playthrough on it. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I always thought the universe was really interesting. Again, if you give me a good story, I'm into it. But it's a horror game, and I can't play through it. I will literally freeze in place. So I am very interested in this, but I do want to shout out another game that I completely forgot about, but I was so excited about.
Please.
Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah,
it looks so good. I know it's probably far, far away, but it looks so good. And I tried to play the original one, which on Switch, because I know, don't come for me. I was trying to play more handheld games because I was like, well, I'm bored in bed. Let me play a game. It was kind of unplayable because it doesn't really hold up as well as like Knights of the Old Republic. So Dragon's Dogma, when I saw gameplay for that, I was like, oh my God, this looks great. So yeah, I'm really excited. I want to see more.
Is it just the fantasy setting or the giant dragons or the idea of it plays like a cooperative game, but it's a single player game?
Yes, I really loved, I know this is not the same, but I really loved Dragon Age Inquisition, and I want something that brings back that feel. And it's weird, I don't like games like Inquisition where it's kind of like a top down sort of, you don't really get to look at your character much, especially when you do create it. So I don't know, something about it just made me have that feeling of when I first saw Dragon Age Inquisition. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I could get into that.
What about you, Matt? Is Dragon's Dogma 2 doing it for you?
I like it. I like the way it looks. I think in a age of where people are trying to change some things up, Dragon's Dogma 2 is dogmatic to the formula.
Nice.
You know?
Nice.
And so that's a very classic look and feel to it. I'm looking for a little something different, but I know everybody who's played the first one loves that game, so I'm sure this is.
I'd say I dabbled in the original. I'd say I'm excited for Dragon's Dogma 2 just because Capcom has just been delivering banger after banger recently, and it's running on the Resident Evil engine, so it should look very nice. In recent years, man, since Resident Evil Village, Capcom has just been hitting it out of the park. Any final thoughts on this not E3 week? How do you think it sort of stood up to previous years of E3? Is it a suitable substitute for a real E3?
I think it's a nice appetizer, right? It's not the same. It's not the same meaty presentation that we see. Everything's so spread out. Yeah. But it is nice because it does let these presentations have time to breathe. It lets people think about what they saw and then get prepared for the next thing instead of just being like, oh my God, so many games. I can't remember all the things I've seen. So that part is nice, but I do miss E3. I miss it.
Yeah, how about you, Matt?
Yeah, I think this year was better than last year in terms of what they're going for, and I can only see more improvement going forward.
I would say this is the closest it's felt to E3 since 2019, the last E3. So
yeah.
Anyway, it's been a lot of fun covering all these exciting game releases over the past few days, and it's not even over yet. But that will do it for this edition of Next Gen Console Watch. Just a friendly reminder, the Summer of Gaming is going on all month long. Be sure to go to IGN.com for our full schedule. Next up, we have the Guerrilla Collective Showcase, followed by Dames for Games at 1 p.m. Pacific, and Black Voices in Gaming at 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you, Stella and Matt, also to our entire Summer of Gaming studio crew for making this happen. Next Gen Console Watch will be back next Friday, 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern, with more PS5 and Xbox Series X news. We'll see you then.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Aveum, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Why are people so mean to Koroks in Tears of the Kingdom? We may never know, but what I do know is you should follow IGN on all of our social media platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. Follow us. Or don't.